pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning, it's February 24, 2026. All three commissioners are in, Miranda's in, and we have Jack Foster and Justine Richmond in the gallery. County attorney will be in later. We'll move on to the board member or board minutes from last week's meeting, February 17th, 2026.
I make a motion, we accept the board minutes from February 17th, 2026.
Second, public comment. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. Flying a lot of coverage. All right, move forward to correspondence. First one here is from Big Sky Benefit. Let's see. This is a gal that for insurance.
Yeah,
right?
Jamie, it's her updated proposal.
So it's her updated proposal from Big Sky for insurance for the county. Next one is from Staley Engineering Associates. They're just informing us of new services they've been developing for GIS projects. Which I mean, I think this is just for 911 and all that stuff, but I think
We have
we
that,
have that with the
Yeah.
Matt.
and they're soliciting more or less.
Yeah,
I don't know if we need to respond and say we already have our maps mapping and thank them for their interest in our
yeah.
county. And Great West, we like them better than them, no, just kidding.
Next one's from Montana Department of Transportation. It, is their yearly fuel tax certification of roadway mileage.
Is that someone, did they update any, or is this just an update?
That's the one, the map, you guys gotta sign, so,
Got it, we put that on the agenda and we go over
Next
the roads
week.
and you guys, everybody looks at their areas and see if there's something
Right.
changed or needed put on. I mean, with some of these new homes and stuff that we're starting to take on. Anything that goes to the Forest Service with two-wheel drive, you know.
Yeah, so we'll put it on the agenda for next week.
Yep.
Very good. Oh. We adjusted a few more miles on it.
did they?
one's from, Matt Lindberg from the Safety and Education Bureau Chief of Montana Department of Transportation. It's an email with an attached letter of them urging the commissioners here to reconsider our decision of making Reddick Field daytime use only.
One question on this, from the Montana Department of Transportation. Don't they realize that we are going to have emergency landing at night and the beacon will be active? I don't know, do we need to respond to this? They're saying reconsider, do they understand that? You see what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe we can just send them, well, I think they want to make it back to full time, don't they, or?
Yeah, they're asking for it to be on or not to have daytime use only. So that
We're
There-
just waiting
so
for
that
the,
people can land, if they need to land, but we can turn it on if they need to land in emergency,
yeah,
is what they need to understand.
and we just haven't gone through those protocols yet. We're waiting for the airport board to get their ducks in a row and
Yeah, we need to get on now.
figure that
I
out.
guess we need to get the
Board filled.
board filled.
Next one is from, Terry Pride from Department of Public Health and Human Services. It's inviting people to the 2026 Board of Health Training Track, April 14th or 14th and 15th. At the Billings Hotel and Convention Center. Next one is from the Montana Association of Counties, 116th Annual Conference. It's hosted by Cascade County this year. Or maybe
It's the minutes.
it's just the minutes for their 116th Annual Conference from September 21st to the 24th of last year.
25. Can you find me in this picture? Seriously, I'm in here. We have a special place in file, Mako minutes.
I have a file for them, yeah.
The public comment on correspondence. Giving Scott,
This, for the Board of Health members, did Jackie get this too?
Yeah.
I didn't read through all them names.
I sent that to
I didn't know if
Michelle
you
and
needed to see that.
Jessica.
Well, the county
Yeah.
health nurse would get it, and I'm sure.
Yeah, Deb has it,
It's probably.
I'm sure they've already received it because it comes from DPPHS.
right. Yeah, I can.
But always worthwhile to suggest.
go ahead.
Thank you, Elena Agliano for the record. Regarding the Mako minutes, will that be uploaded to the website as correspondence for today?
But I will, it's a pamphlet, I'll see if I can get a PDF for you. Or scan it.
Yeah, we'll see if we can scan it or get a PDF, get it uploaded.
Fine.
Did you find me?
Just to,
But no, yeah, big black, I would.
Any other public comment for correspondence? All right, we'll move on to public comment with matters. On matters within the commissioner jurisdiction.
Justine Richmond. I just wanted to see if you guys knew yet when Commissioner Adler is gonna be serving his jail sentence in the Fayette County Jail.
Yeah, we're aware of it.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
What did you say?
What
The
did you
jail
say?
time? Said we're aware of it.
Are you gonna be able to answer the question or no?
I didn't quite hear your question all the way.
Do you know when Commissioner Adler will be serving his jail
Oh.
sentence?
So,
Soon as it's, checked in and it's gotta still go through Judge Holloway and then I gotta get a hold of him. I have 45 days to do it.
Thank you.
any other public comment? Yeah.
Jack Foster, and I probably should have addressed it during the correspondence. Two things about what the board is waiting for. I know you'll have board minutes, but not recorded board minutes for,
The airport.
for the airport board this week. The NOTAM that was referenced in the letter, the airport board does want to put out a NOTAM to pilots. Their recommendation was to put out a temporary NOTAM saying the airport is temporarily shut down at night. Which is totally. It's just different from the commissioner's decision on January 7th. So they're working on getting a NOTAM out that probably will have to be updated again. A lot of the information that was talked about in the letter, emergency procedures, the NOTAM, they're waiting for this meeting with the FAA with you guys. Whenever that's gonna happen, whatever the topic's gonna be, they're expecting the emergency procedures to be completed by the commissioners as well as the various emergency services in town. They're not putting anything together on that. I don't know if that's in line with what you guys expect. But they're waiting for the FAA to also come in and say, okay, if you're gonna be a daytime, here's our recommended emergency procedures, here's what we have to do. So I don't think anyone's moving forward. I don't know if you guys are moving forward on that, maybe, but the airport board is not moving forward on anything like that.
We're just kind of more or less waiting for them to fill their board, get a new chair going forward and all that, and we were gonna meet with them, but yes, we were gonna be the ones that come up with the protocols for.
So what does the FAA have to do with it?
I don't know, you guys are meeting with the FAA at some point.
We don't even, we're not
They
applying for
wanted,
any grants or anything, so why would we?
I know, so also in the board meeting, they're saying that the meeting was supposed with the FAA, this alleged meeting was supposed to happen today. And then, Miranda and I talked and maybe next week, I'm unsure on what they wanna meet about like possibly reversing the decision or how this affects everyone, and I don't know if Miranda wants to speak to it or anyone else, but I didn't see any information about a meeting except from the airport board saying the FAA is gonna come in and meet with the commissioners.
they were on the agenda at one point and we just bumped them back farther.
Okay.
We don't have a set date for.
No, not yet.
I think one of the things Jack was talking about was trying to put the safety pretty much down the set, we keep getting letters that about the safety, so I don't know what they're bringing, or I guess that's what we're trying to figure out is.
Yeah, and like you said, your comments during the correspondence, they don't know that it's still operational. There's plenty of small county airports that close at night. So
I don't know why they're coming so hard though, we keep getting letters about safety. That's what's kind of, we wanna make sure we got our stuff in a row. Like there again, did you read that letter that we got from them?
yeah, I read, it looked like there was both. Well, it's very apparent, when the airport beacon issue started, the county residents were adamantly opposed across the board. And, you guys got tons of correspondence from the county. How much correspondence did you get from these organizations saying, oh, you gotta keep it on? Well, once the decision was made, of course, now the other side is responding. Everyone knows what's going on, so, and then I think the county citizens, of course, myself, a handful of other people are, extremely interested in not seeing the decision overturned, and now we're involved, in front of, a pending reversal if that's ever gonna happen, but, it's the push and pull of each side. But I just wanted to give you an update on what the airport board was expecting as far as the procedures, what they're gonna put together as far as the NOTAM, and, they're in limbo too, they're waiting. And I think, like you said, I think they're waiting for, more board members, a board president and airport manager to be assigned, so. Thank you.
Thanks.
Warren.
Justine Richmond, I don't know that it's required to wait on new board members, but in my opinion, I would think that the longer you wait to put together emergency procedures, the more of a liability there is.
Any other public comment? Alright, we'll move ahead to weekly report with Road and Bridge Superintendent Paul.
Plowing snow. Got quite a bit of it too, but that's about it for now, plowing everything you can. Not much of the dirt roads because you can't,
Still muddy down.
but skimmed across like the bus run and stuff like that, so that, do that. Yeah. They're gonna, the plan is to fix that water line and stuff the end of this week. Everything, but unless the weather stays like this, we'll put it all in our shop there. Yeah. Yeah. As long as he's digging it up, the gas line runs right through there too, and it's an old metal gas line. So we'll put a new plastic gas line in too, as long as he's doing it.
Yeah.
You did call before you did, right?
That's 811. And then we've been talking about ripping that old house down there. And so anyway, I just had him give us a price on that, see what it would cost. And for him to rip it down and haul it away he wants $8,000 to do it.
Who?
Doug Benson. Well, he's down there digging the other stuff.
Well, and Cat's lived in that house, that little house in the back of the shop there, where he's always gonna pay everything it'll be.
I know. But 8,000? Careful. Boarded up.
It's not ready for it, but the cats are in there again. That, yeah.
Guys had to give us a price on it. We've been talking about it for several years, tearing it down. And, I mean, we do it or we don't, whatever.
Yeah. Is there, do we have funding for it, Lance, to do it? We'll come out of,
Well, not right now, no.
Be on the building fund.
county buildings.
Be out of the building fund,
Yeah,
the county building fund,
yeah.
to tear a building down. Well, no, then we don't have a budget for it. We're gonna have to budget for it.
Yeah,
Fine with me.
yeah, it's certainly nothing that has to be done today anyway.
Yeah.
You know, we
Been there forever.
just been talking about it, because
Since
we
he was
wanted to
there.
give us there, what kind of price was it?
Right.
That's what we got. Stands another year or two, it stands another year.
Gotta keep those cats warm in the winter time.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, the roof ain't fell in yet, so.
Well, they can't have babies, they got all fixed, so. They're just getting old. Right? Didn't you fix them all?
New cats pop up all the time, and my parents feed one and they have 4 show up.
Skunks are out even in the snow. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, the skunks are out.
Been out for,
I don't know.
Bears are out.
The bees are out too. I've seen
Oh, really?
bees, yeah.
really?
Yeah, bees in my house.
Yeah.
We had a moth in our house last night. Where'd that come from?
Out of your wallet.
I had a question for you guys and for Paul while he's here about the road. So has the county ever talked about maybe in the winter closing down Broadway between like 2 and 6 AM? So you can make snow removal a lot easier if they ever.
That's
That's
state.
it.
Oh, that side of, okay,
That has nothing to do with us.
not even the upper side of Broadway,
That's city.
the east side?
It's all good.
Okay, gotcha.
But we've thought about it, we'd like them to do
Sure,
it.
I mean, especially anything more than a couple inches, it just builds up and, you know, you got a car there who hasn't moved all year and you can't get around it.
Top, see,
State.
You got it.
in the state. Yeah, they come through.
Right.
You know where I just drove?
Oh.
Other than that, that's about all I got for the day.
Supposed to get more snow next couple days.
It's supposed to turn into a bunch of rain.
Yeah.
Like I said, yeah, coming.
It'll be 48 Thursday.
Those are rain is fooling too.
Oh, it was on Sunday, it was in the 50s, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
hot, it was early on
Like
Sunday,
50 yesterday.
yeah,
Yeah.
so the wind started blowing.
Yeah.
The wind was like, oh, this March weather.
Well, 5:30 this morning, it was just sleet bad.
Yeah.
With winter.
It's winter. Give it a couple days, it'll be spring again.
Right. They're putting the ad in the paper this week, is that right?
Yes, it'll be
Yep.
this paper
Yep.
for the
And then we gotta see what happens in 2 weeks and then interview after that, is that it's gotta be advertised for 2 weeks, right?
Right,
For what? Sorry.
for a new guy, 2 weeks, gotta be in there for 2 weeks, and then we'll start doing the interviews.
Is it in the paper already?
It will be this week,
Well, he's a week behind,
Yeah.
if you don't get it by, yeah.
before the end of it.
It'll be for 2 weeks, and then we'll set up the interviews, go from there.
It's Thursday the week before, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so, is it, yeah, it's a tight turnaround.
It's always like, yeah.
Well, they moved it ahead a whole week now, huh?
Mhm.
Pretty busy paper.
Any other public comment for Paul? All right.
See you later.
Bye.
Have a good day.
Have a good day.
It's the right time, you know, when I mentioned maybe look into getting a snowplow or upgrade a four-wheeler or something, cause for the courthouse,
Look, what's a four-wheeler out there now?
it runs half the time, but you
Oh,
get down to shop the hang.
Oh, it was.
Yeah, it's not at the shop right now.
Something maybe for probably next year, huh?
Yeah, that's, yeah, I mean, you might say, I just thought to bring it up to him, he never said nothing, I would see. But I know if we see the claims on the four-wheel, the thing when what's it, they was there, we had starters and batteries, you don't trick with it. I don't, I'll just up look into it. He said he gets here before pretty much anybody else, we can get that cleaned out.
Yeah. Something to look at for
Yeah,
next year.
we see the Drummond City got a nice truck.
Did they go in
Boy, it's nice one. Looks the four-door, really nice.
for a pickup or?
Yeah.
Is that what they were gonna use that, was for a
Yeah,
pickup,
it's nice.
for a plow truck?
That's what's really nice.
Got a little sander in it too, or?
I think they kept the sander out, I just seen with the dump box.
Oh.
Set up very nice.
That's good.
I'm sure they kept that sander, that was pretty new, or maybe it was old, but it was, seemed to work. I don't know how they plumb them in, if that's PPO or if it's just electric on them.
A little early, but we'll move into solid waste district's weekly report. I should ask Paul anything here about the plowing, like. Out here, if it's just the gates closed when they come by and they don't go.
You might call him right away when he's here,
Yeah,
just to find out what's going on there.
Go ahead.
He's got. Well, you're on me today, huh? I heard through the grapevine, I heard that the dump's going up more, so we might wanna get out our. I keep calling them BFI, talk to them and see, but I heard the rates are gonna go up some more.
Hello.
The fuels.
Hey, I forgot to
Question. To get them on agenda.
the Phillipsburg dump site was saying that, having problems with plowing again. I don't know what's going on with that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Right. Yeah, I mean, we kind of said that, like, if they come by and the gate's closed, the gate's closed, but if, you know, I mean, we'll let them know that again, just to, if it does need it sometime through the day, that just to give a call and one of the guys can swing through or something, but. All right, I just wanted to double check on that. I forgot I was gonna bring it up too. I forgot. I saw that. Okay, that'll work. All right, thanks, Paul. Right. Yeah, I know. So, okay. All right, bye. Paul's gonna bring that up too, but he got a bunch of pictures and stuff where they've been plowing and sanding it, so. Maybe if he has an issue, you know, he's got Paul's number, then he can call Paul too, if, you know.
Well, it'd be
Yeah.
better if he did,
Yeah.
do that, then he knows where the guys are. And
Right.
and radio them or, so, I mean,
We'll let him know.
So if the gate's closed, they can't plow or they can plow up to
Up to the gate, but
the gate?
I mean, I don't know, do they plow in? I think they, if it, on big winters, they usually take people a pass through there. But this year's solid mud, you can't plow anything up
Yeah.
there. In the site, you know.
That letter, I wanted to respond to a little bit.
What letter?
Solid waste letter.
Oh, we haven't got.
Oh, okay.
Do that.
I think that should probably be closed.
Yeah,
Fire personnel that I wanted to talk about.
okay.
Is Don gonna be here or is this just a letter?
He's gonna be here. Well, it said he's gonna be.
Yeah,
Alright, so we'll wait for him.
yeah, you have a short window to be here.
So on the airport board. We haven't made a decision yet from going from 7 to 5. Is that something maybe we need to think about?
No, for board members.
Hmm?
For the number of members
Yeah.
or board.
being this countywide, I don't think it really meant to go back where they can actually get 5. It's so hard to get 7 where they're all working together anyway.
Yeah.
These
Yeah.
just be like, you know,
Yeah.
they're just,
Well, the bylaws need some revamping too, so probably, a work meeting with the airport board. I think it should come, I think they should look at the bylaws, give recommendations and,
cause I know there's some that should be changed, cause it was.
I agree with 5 too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would you explain to Blaine what you explained to us about what the airport board said about closing it or? I'm not quite
Yeah,
sure.
they,
They have the authority to do that.
The 3 separate. Jack Foster, so Blaine, in the airport board meeting, the first thing they're talking about is this NOTAM, the notice to pilots that has to be, I believe it's online, or I don't know how they really access it, but they were talking about updating the NOTAM to say that the airport is temporarily closed at night and, you know, give some other parameters for the beacon operation. The airport board, it seemed like they were unwilling to go forward with what the county has said as far as day operations only. The beacon's gonna be used for emergencies. But they did realize that a NOTAM had to be put out because the pilots are, what it said in the corresponding letters today. The pilots don't really know what's going on. The second piece that they talked about, the emergency procedures, they're not defining any at the moment. They were waiting for either the commissioners and yourself, along with the various emergency organizations in town, to start defining the emergency operation procedures. So they haven't even taken step one on that, and they're also waiting for. They're anticipating a meeting with the FAA to discuss either reopening the airport at night and having the beacon operate as it says in the corresponding letters, and or the FAA to define the emergency beacon operations along with the commissioners. They're waiting for that meeting. So they're not really moving forward on any of those things except updating the NOTAM as a temporary airport status.
The, FAA was wanting to meet with the commission, this is Brian, and the commission is saying, let's get the airport board organized, get them going, functioning, and then have that. I mean, it's more, informational on the FAA wants to talk to the commission, but the NOTAM, for right now, I don't mind there being a temporary note on that, but we'll get the plan should be, get the airport board reorganized. They make recommendations on all these issues, bylaws, and all that. Then the commission will act and need an ordinance on that. We'll on the emergency procedures, and then we'll meet with the FAA. So it's all really, to me, they need to get reorganized first and get a board. Yeah. So
chair and
and that's what I thought they were doing. I'll talk to Dave Lee, as obviously we're still waiting for people to put in.
Yeah.
Right?
We have one, so.
So, but yeah,
That's what they're doing too, Blaine. They are, they're kind of waiting. There were comments made throughout the meeting that indicated they're unwilling to move forward with firmly with the county's current decision on January 7th. And I brought that up in the public comment sections at the end of the meeting, that I was surprised that they're still pushing this narrative of, like, let's get the airport open. It might still be open at night. And, I just made the comment to them that, at least two of them were at the county commissioners meeting on the 7th, and that they advised, the county commissioners gave a decision and they should be moving forward in line with that decision. And it seemed like they're unwilling to do so. So I know there's still some organization, and if we have to wait another month or 2 weeks or whatever the time frame, then that's what's gonna have to happen.
I could send an email to them outlining what the plan is there that, and also say that likely commission's not looking to change that policy, it's just looking to do an ordinance to make it clear.
Procedures.
So, I could let them know that, commission wants.
Yep.
Would you
I
think?
think once everything gets organized, it's just kind of an all big old,
Mess right now.
then we can sit down and start fresh, and then everybody's on the same page. Right now, it's just hearsay and that, but I think that.
Well, I'll email Dave Lee then, and
Would the commission think that, as far as the emergency procedures, that the airport board should be doing the research and making a recommendation? That's what they're there for, back to you guys on, here is the emergency procedure that we recommend based on talking with, the ambulance, everyone.
yeah.
I think that's why we was given the time, and then just to get reorganized with the board, and everybody will be on the same page for everything, because
Yeah, no, that's good.
they're the advisory board, and they bring it to us, and then we make the decision, but they, to bring it to us, it's a lot easier than us trying to do it.
So what you're saying apparently is they don't want to have the responsibility of bringing that to the commission, that it's up to the commission to bring that to the board? Is that kind of what they're saying?
You're talking about the emergency procedure?
Yeah,
I don't think the current airport board thinks that they're supposed to do any research and put together an emergency procedure. And, you know, if I remember the last couple of meetings in December and then January 7th, didn't the commission say, hey, we have to didn't you guys say you have to research the procedures and talk with the emergency services and kind of see how that was gonna happen? So maybe they're going back and saying, well, I thought the commission was doing it, not us.
That's why I'm saying,
That's right.
I think how we get sat down and organized and everybody's on the same page, cause I know we said that.
Mm.
Now we're getting new board members, if we can all just sit down and just start from the fresh and go.
Well, how many board members are there now?
What is it?
Are you still looking at 7,
Yeah,
getting 7 in there?
it's the notice,
Well,
yeah.
I think we
Encourage them
should,
now to, yeah, get going on that stuff then. And look at, recommendations on the bylaws and emergency.
I think the bylaws are the first start of it, so
Yeah.
they know what they can do and where they're sitting, cause everybody's just kind of, yeah.
Well, you guys have a discussion coming up here in a few minutes about it, but if it's gonna be 5 and not gonna be 7, there's currently 5, but Dave Lee is stepping down in 2 or 3 months, so that's the 5th person you would need.
Well, I think you can go ahead with it, can't complain, and then what, you only have 5, go with it, and then if somebody else wants to apply, just still, or do you want it just set to have 5? Well, that's you, Jack,
I have nothing to do with it.
no, I'm just saying.
I mean, I made the recommendation a few meetings back that why do we have 7? You know, if there's gonna be an airport board manager separate from the an airport manager separate from the board,
Yeah,
that's one person facilitating and 5 people making recommendations. I think that's, you know, you guys are 3 and you run the whole county. Not run, but, you know, facilitate the whole county, so I don't know if they need 7.
I don't know if you're gonna get 7. That's the point, that's why I was saying, we gotta figure out what we have and then start writing fresh, go with the bylaws, and sit down and start out.
Good on you.
Thank you. Excuse me, Elena Gagliano. Since you opened it up, the conversation about the airport, I did look at the minutes for the airport board for their last meeting. And to me, it looks like they've completely ignored everything you said, and they're filing for grants from the FAA for different things, and they're going to check with you. Are they going to be on next week's meeting? Maybe. Because it looks like they're just ignoring everything you're saying, according to their minutes. And by the way, they are up online. That's where I saw them. I made a copy, but I forgot them. So anyway, thank you.
Thanks.
This is Lane. One thing they did is they did the patch, work on the runway, a small section, and then wanting a grant on that, they'll recommend that, encourage them to recommend that to the commission to apply for it that way. So hopefully they're working on it.
so that's the one that they
I
probably.
assume that they, when I talk to them.
Alright. Well, it's 9:45 and go ahead with Don Davies audit report.
Hey, Don.
Hi there.
How are you
Good to see
doing?
Guys, nice trip up here.
Hello, Winry.
I think you did the, snow just so I remember you. I've driven up here too many times in that snowstorm. Yeah, this is my final act as an auditor, so,
Okay,
so,
That sucks.
yeah. No, it's good. You should try it. So, yeah, we got through the audit and we had a couple recommendations. The financial statements are fairly presented. That's the guts of the audit. But, hi there. But we had a couple recommendations and Lane wrote a response to the local governments. We put it in the report, but they seem to want a little more explanation, so that's not unheard of. They're a little bit bureaucratic, heavy fisted, but heavy handed, but. And the recommendations were, cash reconciliations to get those done on a timely basis. And, Ashley's working on that. There was a recommendation to do make sure the rack was properly notified and it was noticed up for any Title III stuff. And now that's kind of not a big deal. So, and the other one was timely report, which you guys were, hopefully, maybe you can make June 30th this year. It's gonna be a challenge, because Ashley's gotta get caught up on all her reconciliations but it's doable, so, good deal. Yeah. It's been, great to work with everybody over the years. I really appreciate it. I don't know how many years it's been. Been up here forever.
More than any of us have been alive.
Yeah.
I'm good, it's good working with you.
Hey,
Yeah.
I was speaking up for you.
Why?
So, but
What did you say?
I'm just being nice to you.
Who is?
No.
not me.
Quit confusing me.
So, but, yeah, your financial statements showed that overall, if you look at it like a big corporation, the consolidated, not fund by fund, but as an entity as a whole, you guys improved your equity position by, what was it? Let me think before I spit it out. By 500,000, which, by the time you figure in all the liabilities for the pensions and the compensated absences and all the debt and the capital, you guys are doing good. You're maintaining a good reserves and doing well. I did provide Blanche and the others at the exit conference a page on why you might not want to lease equipment.
Could you explain that a little bit to the two gentlemen, just a little bit in summary, why it might be better to do conventional financing over leasing?
Anytime a corporation leases to you, they have to make a profit and they have to look at the risk. And a lot of times the equipment risk is that'll be worth less than they figure at the end of the lease. And so they bump up the charges and interest rates so that they make sure they make a profit. If you borrow from Intercap, they don't have that profit motive. Because you're getting interest rate. They do fluctuate, and in your big Intercap loan, you only got 2 years left now. So once you get that done, you'll be in better shape. But the leasing is just a matter of risk and reward for the big corporations. And if you read that sheet, Lance can make you a copy. That recommendation comes out of the government accounting folks. I forget which organization, but they do a lot of good recommendations. They study the issues and they came up with that. I forget where I found it, but something to think about anyway. I know that the equipment manufacturers like to lease it because then you're going to turn it over in 5 years, whether you need it or not, because that's the way the contracts are written up. But
And that's something that we did again with the road. We leased the 5-year plan, which we paid a lot, we put a lot into the intercap loan to get it paid off, and now we have another lease thing for 5 years, and in 5 years, they'll want us to trade it in for a new one, and I don't think that's that wise decision for the commissioners to be making.
You have to look at the equipment condition and the cost of others, but it's definitely something you need to do some analysis on. You got any,
No, not really. Nancy with Mako is gonna be helping me a little bit. She's the finance person with Mako, and she's gonna be helping me a little bit get things dialed in even tighter over there.
Okay.
She's gonna come over and spend a couple days with us.
Excellent, yep. When you take on a job like that, it's really complicated and you don't expect somebody to get it right the first time or a second time. That's why Sarah's at the elections, to make sure she does it right. So making sure continuing education and keeping up with the laws. Blanche did that for years. She went to,
Thank you, yes, I did.
and it's a lot of learning, a lot of change, yeah. So, and that's the only way you keep up. You know, you can't sit here in Peaburg and hope to learn everything. You gotta get out there and meet people. And then when you have questions, you got people you can talk to. So I do appreciate Sarah getting to go, and you'll be going to Treasurers Convention, I'm sure.
Yes, yeah, that's in September in Miles City. And we're hoping to do, another, like just our district meeting and maybe expanding that to where it's not just sit around and talk about the problems and the issues, but maybe like an actual training session in there. But yeah, Nancy is gonna be extremely helpful. She's, gonna try and help get just the 2 offices streamlined so that when it comes to reporting, everybody's on the same page, same timeline. And so really taking some of the legacy things that I inherited and getting them up to date.
Good.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
The one very important control for the county is to have the clerk and recorder review the reconciliation of the bank statements every month and sign off that she's done it. And that'll be a goal to get done, get caught up with and get done and keep up. It'll be some months you're so busy with taxes and stuff, it'll be a royal pain in the rear, but it's really important to get that done. So,
Hoping to look at April with that.
good. Well, any questions?
Not fully retiring, right? You're gonna keep helping.
Well, I'm gonna help Nicole Noonan out of St. Regis. She needs to get caught up like some of the other counts, so I'm gonna work with her some. But I am shutting my office and cleaning that thing after 15 years. My wife shuddered every time she walks in. You know, I did get rid of 2 computers and a printer the other day, so we're making progress.
Like a little.
Maybe I can shampoo the carpet in a couple months. Yeah, thank you all for putting up with me for years and for doing good work up here.
Thank you. What was the thought on, who the county's going with now? Is there?
We're gonna figure something.
Hannah's gonna do it, yep. The gal that's doing the AFR financial reports has worked with me and for me for many years. She's out of Anchorage. We can do everything online nowadays, so she can get all the stuff up there. And she's very sharp, very good, much more detail oriented than I am, because she's not an auditor. She was the controller of the diocese up there for 15 years, 10 years, something. And she got a large background.
That Lisa?
That's Lisa, yeah. Well, you're lucky to have her working with you. she'll be asking lots of questions and making sure things are right, so.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Don't
take
get to go
care.
ride the elevator.
I'm gonna go do that right now.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
But it's
Or you're
zoomed
so you're
in,
partial
or
retirement.
you could have zoomed in instead of drove up here,
Well, I thought about it, but
but you just had to say goodbye in person.
that's right.
Yes,
And I can't ride the elevator.
yeah,
I've
yeah.
been waiting.
No, you can ride it.
Yeah,
Judge Hood game that went up on it the other day, so you can, yeah.
I can do it.
Yeah,
Okay.
he can do it, you can do it.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
You need to ride the elevator before you leave.
Make sure your cell phone's in your pocket.
What time is it? Yeah, I got an hour. after.
All right.
So, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Call if you have any
Thanks, Don.
questions.
Thanks, Don. See you later, buddy.
It's him.
How are you?
Good guy.
Till Maxville, they were okay. There you go.
He's a good guy, he's done us well, he's.
Auditors are becoming a dying breed.
Yeah.
He wants to do
He
it.
did so much like he said, but it's just
Yeah.
trying to keep the updates.
All right, we'll, move into the surplus to property bump. Jumping at damn tender reports. Jump ahead. So we're, currently at, 6428.44 feet, 12.72 below full pool.
Jay Newell, we were at 1308.
I think we're at, was that where we were last week, 1308?
Yeah.
But yeah,
Maybe now we'll start with this next few, 3-4 days of this moisture, it's pretty wet snow too, we'll start.
gaining hopefully.
No, everybody's still a long ways out, pretty
Right.
spooky.
Oh, I
Keep it
didn't,
at 6.
wanna keep it at 6.
I make a motion, go ahead and keep it at 6.
A second.
Any public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. And now we'll move into the surplus bid opening for the backhoe.
Where's your letter?
Okay. First one's from Mark Keg at 65.50.
65.50.
Yep.
There you go.
I had a verbal one on the thing, but I can't accept it anyway. There, the person just asked me a verbal bid, it can't,
Yeah, it's supposed to be in already.
Again,
I just need to make that note.
the next one is from Dawn for 8,500.
Don who?
Maintenance, Dawn,
Oh, maintenance Don.
That's-
Couldn't find piece of
That's
paper.
it.
8,500. And the last bid here is from Rick White. And it was 6,751.
Right, make a motion to go ahead and accept Don's bid at 8,500.
I'll second.
Don's a new owner of tobacco.
All in favor?
Aye. And that money will go into, putting in towards the tobacco that we.
Yep.
Okay. I got that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good, got 1,000 more than we had it
Yeah,
Yeah.
then we start out at 75, right?
Not here, bad.
Yeah.
Years.
As is, yep. Oh, there's the right sample.
Yeah.
Yeah, the notice said as is where it is.
Sooner the better, cause then people aren't going there lunching with it.
All of them?
Get it out of the county yard. Yeah, yeah, them all.
I just do the envelope and make the freeze in. We'll move into, next agenda item for, vacant board application approvals.
You see where we just have one in our packet?
Yeah,
One Foster.
for the airport board.
I make motion, we accept Jack Foster for the airport board.
I'll second it.
Public comment.
So there's currently 5 right now, be 6. If they're gonna look at replacing, or I guess they could, do 6 now and then make recommendations on the bylaw. That work, cause if, Dave Lee's, gonna be leaving, then that would actually, that would work.
Yeah.
Okay.
So does that
Just to
have to,
put 6 on there, but then potentially they'll meet and look at the bylaws and make recommendations. Commission likely would consider that the 5 members.
Well, would they still have the one, the chairman and the others?
No, well, you're talking about, then that'd be 6 on there. I think you should have an odd number.
Yeah.
I just don't know if they're gonna get it. I mean, I don't think it'll matter. I just, when people apply, it's kind of nice just to make sure, you know. Get them on board, cause it's so hard to get people to be
Yeah.
on board.
Yeah, just gotta figure out the numbers, but this doesn't hinder that at all.
No.
They can meet and, yeah, start to get stuff going.
Yep.
That's my biggest, concern, just get going, so we can get everything updated.
So it would still be, what you guys are saying, it would still be open to the airport board's recommendation to the quantity of board members. And they're gonna make a recommendation back to you, whether it's 5 or 7 or some other number, and then you guys can decide.
Yeah, we'll move forward with that.
And potentially other changes to the bylaws as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, I need to go over the
Yeah.
bylaws,
Yeah.
they haven't been for a long time.
Yeah.
That's my opinion, John.
Go ahead, Justine.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear who the application was from. Maybe you mentioned it, but I just didn't hear it.
I make a motion that we accept Jack Foster for the airport board.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thanks, Jack.
They sent this one too. For the file.
stamp, stamp?
Damn, yeah.
Question? Wayne? Okay, so you're saying that for the airport board, it would be the board's recommendation to come back and ask five, or is it the commissioner's recommendation to the board to make it to a five board member?
I think the county commission can say, this is what we'd like you guys to consider, if we see some positives in it. If you please review the bylaws and come back with recommendations regarding that and emergency protocols. And so we can, update the bylaws and draft it and.
So could that be on a real quick agenda item next week and
Well,
get them going
I
on
was
it?
just gonna send an email.
Or you're gonna send, so you don't have to put it on the agenda, you're gonna
Well,
send them an email.
That was the plan all
Okay.
along, and so I just wanted to make sure that that
Yeah.
was clear to them.
Yeah, it's on for discussion decision, so we made the decision to go ahead and email them what, so we can get moving on this, so everybody's on the same page. We just keep going back and forth, back and forth.
And they may have, if you guys can, they may have, a lot of the board members may have my email address, and please feel free to forward them in case they, need anything from me prior to the next board meeting, which would be my first as a member.
Sounds good.
Alright,
Thanks.
thanks, Jack.
Also, you'll send them a letter, but this would be completing that, someone else's term, correct?
Right,
That-
yeah,
So,
that would be
but then, continue to re-up.
securities.
Dr. Schneider?
Like right now, there's an opening, we just filled, there's two openings, but we filled one open.
They complete the term.
And then now we're gonna,
Hopefully they can, start meeting right away and get the issues of the bylaws.
Is Ashley coming in for this thing? Let's wait for her. Well, Grand County boys just didn't get her done this weekend.
Yeah, that was kind of cold there and cattle got hot, but then
Lease thing.
Tony and
So they
JJ,
kind of give away.
Hey,
they forgot to guard Tony, or they didn't know he was on the court or something.
well, they're in that weird triangle.
Yeah,
too.
it's a good deal.
They had
In the end of it.
30 points.
Got Jay, who did, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, first half he airballed one, but then he got, he can, good
We
shooter,
had a couple more minutes, probably would
yeah.
have done. That was a good game. I watched their Drummond play.
Valley.
Valley,
Yeah.
Gettle was kind of the only one who kept him in that game too. He was
Starting out kind of lethargic, but being 17 down a half, that, yeah, it's a big one to come. I think I was at 5,
Yeah,
Valley plays St. Regis.
yeah, I was wondering who the third, see, I didn't even look to see what if we got third who would play, I was like, I haven't looked yet, but it's a tough one to go into,
And there's one playing game,
yeah.
St. Regis is what, 2 in the state?
Probably, yeah, I think so, right, high school,
State season, Missoula.
yeah, I'm center for state, that'd be kind
Yeah,
of cool to go to.
every time St. Regis going against those tall guys from Scobie though, I mean, how's that matchup?
Did you get the pictures from Paul?
Oh, I need to check. You send me YouTube?
Yeah, I don't know, I told him to send them, so we have them on the solid waste.
Yeah,
And they send you the time and they, so we have it all.
it's just, you have that on.
Okay, I'll just keep it until we have the quotes.
Jim.
Oh. Go ahead, Jen.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Sorry to interrupt the sports recap. But since you're waiting on someone else, it seems like, what other boards still have positions available, and are those gonna be extended since there were no other applications for anything?
Can you turn the camera on, please, Jen?
Sure.
I don't know, excuse me. We got quite a few
Yeah.
boards that have plenty of openings.
Continue to
Like-
advertise, correct? Open till field.
Yeah.
Like I know the hospital has 2 seats open right now, is that correct?
So the
That's-
county board.
Yeah, that's a hospital district, so it's not through the county.
Oh, okay. And what else is there?
Planning board,
Planning board,
board of adjustments,
the library board. Right,
Granite County Weed Board, Library Board.
weed board,
The planning board member, where's that from? You know what area that
It
is?
is. Lower Rock Creek and Upper Rock Creek,
Okay,
did not reapply.
and then library is for the, just the county.
Yeah.
Kind of up on the
Yep.
jurisdiction.
Yep.
It looks like he's just.
Okay. And so those will just keep running until they're filled?
yep,
Okay.
And the TV boards.
and the TV boards.
TV boards.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep, thanks. What do the girls have?
Play,
Right.
later that playing game, which I think, and then Christian Gardner. So man, Christian girls, it's kind of that season.
Yeah,
Get third out of that, but it's pretty tough. Like West Yellowstone, Shield Valley are pretty tough. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a pretty tough game for a first rounder.
yeah.
Oopsie.
Anna,
Hi.
all right, well, move ahead with the resolution 2026-4. The second reading and adoption.
So you want me to, this is Blaine, want me to introduce it?
Sure.
So, this is the resolution to call for a ballot issue election, the local vehicle option tax, the luxury tax for, lightweight vehicles, over, or the 150,000 MSRP or above. This was a ballot issue 2 years ago from the general. 2 years ago, it failed, the tax was, I think it was proposed for 90,000.
Yeah.
The value of vehicles. This changes that, this doesn't talk about motorhomes. Doesn't include, antique vehicles, or they wouldn't be at this, so we're talking about, very, very expensive
Luxury.
vehicle, 150,000 above. Affects, people that are potentially LLCs that are registered here, registered vehicles, but very few local landowners would be affected.
The pickup anymore is over 90.
We have Derek on.
Uh,
I can't see it. Is Derek on? All right.
Doesn't affect farm equipment either.
So I actually called Granite County Treasurer. There were some questions raised last week, about the number of vehicles and their MSRPs. Derek, I think you were the one that asked the question. So I brought a little bit more research that is also gonna be included in the fact sheet. One of the questions was how many vehicles there are in the 150,000 range. So instead of doing just that, I broke it down by the 10-year depreciation schedule. And I did that because most people with a luxury vehicle, once they hit that 11th year, they're gonna make it permanent. They're gonna do the permanent registration, so they don't have to do renewals, and they don't have to pay the additional $875 to the state. So, what I have is 1,799 vehicles that fall in the 150,000 MSRP and above. Now, it's by year and not by MSRP because the depreciation schedule follows the year. So with those in mind, our 2025s are our largest number of vehicles at 355 vehicles. So they are on a depreciation schedule at 80% of the original MSRP value. And so the depreciated value for those is $1.42 million. So $714,000 in county option tax possible for those vehicles alone. We have over 41,000 transactions that were done in Granite County last year.
How many?
41,000. By comparison, I just grabbed another couple of counties that were similar. Phillips County, who we kind of mirrored our resolution off of, they were the first ones to do it based off of MSRP. They only have 22,000 transactions last year. Ponderay County, which is another county that we've used in other comparisons, they are in the same boat, 20,000. Jefferson County, I had theirs as well, but I don't know where it went, but they're right around that 40,000. Just to give you an idea of how many transactions Granite County does do by comparison of other counties of similar size. I also did a comparison just so people could maybe understand a little bit about where that money is actually gonna go. So say that we had the full value or close to the full value of MSRPs collected in our county for this past year. Going by this last census, the breakout would put the town of Drummond at 9.36% of the distribution. Town of Phillipsburg at 31.98%. The unincorporated county at 58.66%. And so the breakout for this by MCA is 50% right off the top goes to the county. Then the remaining 50% is divvied out by population and county. So that's that unincorporated part. So you're looking at the town of Drummond having a possible income for that year of an additional 102,000. Phillipsburg, an additional 351,000. And the Granite County, we're looking at 1.1 million plus an additional 645,000.
Now, all these, this money goes in like general fund, right, to the bird,
Correct,
that can be used for anything.
yes. When talking with Nancy at Mako, who is like the finance person for Mako, I verified how the towns themselves can use it and the county. And then she essentially said, think of it kind of like your tilt money,
Okay.
where you can use that money out of your general fund, you can put it here and wherever it is needed. And the towns can do that as well. Now, even if there was a mass exodus on this, and say half of these people said, oh no, Granite County is gonna do a county option tax, we're leaving. Even if that happened, we're still seeing revenue going to these entities. It's not costing our taxpayers any more to implement this. what it's doing is it's taking whoever does decide to stay. And it's taking those people's MSRP and giving funds to their accounts and our counties. It's not costing the county anything to implement this whatsoever.
Well, one benefit might be you're less busy.
Yeah. Derek's right. Go ahead, Derek.
Hi, Derek Campbell. Ashley, thanks for that info. Thanks for bringing that this week. And I appreciate that this is income for the county and the towns of Drummond and Phillipsburg. I would bring up again that, this could be an opportunity to position the county where we could actually use this as a moneymaker, but also, help offset all the administrative issues that we have with the amount of transactions by doing a slightly lower rate than the other counties in the state. I know they're all sitting at about 0.05, and I think encouraging people to use this in the county, but making money off it instead of not making anything at this point I feel like would be a smart business move for the county, and keep us in a position to differentiate us from the rest of the counties in the state. Because if we're at the same amount as everybody else, then they can basically go to any county and get the same result. Thank you.
Thanks.
To speak to that, Derek, thank you. I did want to look into that a little bit more. I just didn't have the time to do that. One of the issues I do foresee with that is, yes, it would bring in more business. That is the issue. We have 2 motor vehicle computers, and we have 4 people that can do title work. That includes myself. I don't know that we would be able to sustain an influx. Now, there are other entities out there that help with the burden of the LLCs. But when they make mistakes, we are the ones that fix them. So increase in mistakes, increase in fixes, increase in people coming to our county. I don't know if my office would be able to sustain it. I'm not saying that it's not a possibility, but as of right now, I don't know that we could do it. So that's one of the biggest things I see right off the bat with that.
One clarification, I think most counties are 0.5, right? And that's what Granite County is proposing?
Yeah.
Okay, 0.5 versus 0.05. Yeah, 0.05.
Yeah, I think there's maybe 1 or 2 that are the higher rate. Yeah.
Which is a high.
I feel that we should keep the 0.5 because we're not trying to promote business. We're trying to help with the workload that's in the treasurer's office. And I think we need to be concurrent with the state and their interest rates. So I don't think it should be lowered.
I agree. Oh, go ahead, Derek.
Yeah, I mean, I guess as far as the workload goes, you guys are already doing that workload with your current staffing. I know it's overwhelming, and I get that. But so we're looking at, if it were to keep at the current rate, you'd have roughly was it 500,000 to the county? I mean, it seems to me you could maybe get some more help in the motor vehicle department for 500,000 and still have quite a bit left.
I mean, that would be if that 500,000 stayed in the treasurer's office, but it doesn't. It goes to the general fund. But that is something to look at and to consider. Definitely not saying that we couldn't
lower the rate later on too. There is room for that in the resolution. I think that we,
Can always, yeah, they'd be going back to the voters though.
to reduce.
Cause some counties have done that, haven't they? Haven't they came out at a higher rate and then over the years slowly trickled down?
Very few, but yes,
Very few.
yeah.
And there's still a couple counties that don't have it at all, right?
Correct. The counties that currently do not are Bighorn, Deer Lodge, Flathead, Granite, and Richland.
Could we have one part-time right now helping? I just,
Happy to the travel benefits.
just wanted.
So we've already expanded our staff to,
Yeah. I'll make a motion. I make a motion, we accept resolution 2026-4.
I second it.
Public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Sorry to do that.
I just had a procedural or information comment for Ashley. Jack Foster speaking. Are you gonna have, before the election, are you gonna have like a fact sheet that maybe some of us can help push out to the public?
Yeah.
Okay.
the fact sheet is, after this passes, that it will go as a ballot initiative. Now we'll take a lot of the information that's been compiled and we'll do a fact sheet. And then Blanche has offered to also, assist in a Q&A, that we can host at both Phillipsburg and Drummond. So people can ask questions about the impact of the county option tax.
Actually, you could go in the newspaper, yeah, website,
Probably get one
Facebook,
to the mayors of each.
Yeah.
Yeah.
get it out.
They'll be able to get it out to the people.
Yeah, they're gonna be out there promoting it. Also because of the fact that it's revenue coming into the
Gonna
town.
help them.
Yeah.
So reminding the county can't do a promotion, can only do the, can only do the fact sheet,
Just the
but
fact
that's
sheet.
just, yeah.
Any other?
Thanks, we're good.
Okay,
Thank you, Ashley.
I have stuff for you if you guys want the information, but
Okay.
the numbers, you like the numbers.
Are we on Zoom? Right.
Of international.
Oh, yeah, sign this first, this one.
Good. How's the birthday for?
Today's your birthday, huh?
Oh, that's right.
Birthday, like 29, feeling as old as it seems.
Friday.
Friday?
Kept it quiet.
That's why you got cookies in this, you know.
I told you they're trying to sweet me out.
Who got you cookies?
I think we're gonna have them.
Oh, that's nice.
And,
You're pretty soon.
cinnamon bears.
Hearts don't get
It's hard.
Colorado or bust?
We're gonna do snacks and stuff. Great, you guys are all done.
What's that?
For your birthday and Mackenzie's, it's Mackenzie's was Sunday. You guys come, you're invited.
Pretty funny, yeah. I'm pretty good one.
Yeah, we're gonna do
Not there.
it.
She working today?
Pardon?
She here? Better be.
Yeah, 24th floor.
Sure.
All right, we'll move on to our next agenda item with Hub International Risk and Insurance.
It was hard down there last week, you know, when I was listening to that, trying to, I don't know, it just, I got lost. I think a lot of the people, a couple of people who work for us there, didn't quite understand. So, well, we're just getting, people are giving us something, or we wanted to change or something. It's, insurance is tough to understand to me.
All right,
Sorry about that.
you're all right. Go ahead.
Morning. Thank you guys for having us today. My name and having us back. My name is Dante Olson with Hub International. And really excited to have the opportunity to present to you guys. A really great partner of mine and Hub International's and Joint Powers Trust. I actually had the pleasure of having them on the call today. I know Shane, the CEO of Joint Powers Trust, is on the call today as well. So I'll let him roll here in a minute, but just want to take a quick second to talk a little bit about our process and things of that nature. So you guys are currently with Mako for your guys' health insurance for the county, dental, vision, life insurance, things of that nature. Joint Powers Trust actually focuses on municipalities as well. School districts, we've used Joint Powers Trust for a lot of the school districts that we at Hub International represent, some of the cities we represent, and had really great experiences, continuity with rates, always going to know what to expect as far as renewals go. And I'm really excited to have Shane on the call to talk a little bit about Joint Powers Trust. We can get into the weeds as much as you guys want to as far as rates go, but we did look at matching your guys' current plans that you have through Mako. So there's going to be no changes for the employees, only a decrease in rates. So as far as savings for the county, there's going to be savings for employees, savings for counties, and as good or better plan options for the health insurance side of things. So I can let you guys either open it up to questions or let Shane with Joint Powers Trust talk a little bit about JPT before we get into questions, however you guys want to kind of get rolling.
All right, yeah, go ahead and you guys can get on with it. You all right?
Well, I appreciate the time and the opportunity. I'll make it quick. Again, great partner working with Hub, and actually in a previous life, I worked at a company called EVMS, who's a claims paying third-party administrator, and I was familiar with Granite County, as I think Granite participated in the Joint Powers Trust quite a few years back. Just a quick history, been around since 1988. As Dante said, we work with most municipalities from county, city, school, park and rec, water districts. And really, the number one goal of the Joint Powers Trust from our perspective is, number one, provide great customer service. We're not looking to be the biggest. I don't have a board, I don't have shareholders that are looking for profits. We try to run this as lean as we can. We have really low overhead. We have a staff of 4 people in total. And then we obviously hire out our claims payment and all that stuff to EVMS as a third-party administrator, and work with numerous other vendors that help us control costs and keep our costs down. And the end game here really for all of us is a cost factor. So we're pretty proud to say that since 2017, we've averaged 7% increase over that time frame. When you think about medical inflation and medical trend alone, it's anywhere from 7 to 12% during that time frame. So we feel we have a lot of good programs in place that help us control costs on our end, but also enhance the member experience, whether it be in the pharmacy space or different wellness programs that we've rolled out. So that's our number one goal, is to try to keep something consistent for our clients, so you get out of the peaks and valleys of the 0% increase and then 20% the next year, and it's hard to budget. And we've had an opportunity, thanks to Dante and his team, to look at your data and have offered a proposal. And we feel we're not in the game of buying business. That's not how we operate. It's no fun for me to offer you a really low quote in year 1 and then have to come back and give you a big increase in year 2. So we've offered a fair proposal. We put a cap on next year to kind of show you that we believe in the number that we've offered. And from there, I'm open to any questions you may have.
Questions? Carol?
What's the quote?
What's that?
What was that?
Wanna go over the medical plans for some of the employees who are in the gallery here?
Yeah, for sure. We can absolutely do that. So I will try to share this screen. Let me know if you guys can see it once you, I wanted to break it down for your current Mako plans and current rates. And then also show the Joint Powers Trust plan offerings and rates. Can you guys see that okay? So as you can see, here's Mako on top, and I named the plans exactly what they are in your guys' current benefit guide. And Shane, you can go through your guys' process as Joint Powers Trust and looking at different plans, but essentially as an entity, Joint Powers Trust is able to either match your guys' current plans or improve on the current plan. So there's going to be essentially no changes to the employees as far as which plan they want to sign up for. All 4 options are going to be the same. Similar, very similar out-of-pocket max, very similar co-insurance, co-payments, things like that. Amount of acupuncture, chiropractor visits, very similar pharmacy co-payments, and things like that. So what I did here was I just on top took Mako's current rates, what you guys currently are paying for the employees to be enrolled in those plans. I took Joint Powers Trust for this next year's proposal, match the current plans up. And then down here, I don't know if you can see it, but just wanted to show you guys the percent decrease that you would be expecting or experiencing if you decide to go through Joint Powers Trust year 1. And then as Shane mentioned, in year 2, they offered, I believe, a 9% rate cap. So essentially, the next 2 years, you guys would be guaranteed to be under what Mako's offering you guys as a renewal.
And I'll just jump in real quick in regards to the benefits.
Yep.
We don't have canned benefits per se, that are already built kind of off the shelf. We do match, as Dante's alluded to, the major categories as far as deductible, co-insurance, out of pockets. If we do run into a situation where Mako has a better benefit than we do, say in our standard, quote unquote, if it's whatever, chiropractic or name something, then we'll always lean towards the current carrier's better benefit. The only exception to all of that is the only thing that's standard across our book of business is our pharmacy benefits and who we use and what that copay structure is. So maybe as a follow-up, Dante, you can just do an RX comparison for them in regards to what those copays are and how they compare to Mako.
For sure. So as far as the plans go, what Shane quoted at Joint Powers Trust for you all was your deductible at Mako versus Joint Powers Trust is going to be the same co-insurance for all the different plans. As Shane mentioned, there might be some slight nuances in the pharmacy co-payments. We're not 100% sure until we see the plan documents from both carriers, but that's something that we can follow up with.
So they're pretty much just matching everything. It's just open breaks.
What was that?
Then these numbers you gave us. So like next year, it will only go up 9% at the max.
Correct. As a maximum, correct.
Even if you have a bunch of claims or something.
Yep. And I guess I could elaborate a little bit further. I kind of mentioned that we've had a 7% average, and I'm pretty familiar with Mako and how they're built. When I was at EBMS, we actually helped Mako get off the ground in conjunction with JPT, their health plan anyway. So the concept of the JPT is a pooled product, unlike an insured product. So again, not bashing an insurance carrier, but just to use names that we're familiar with, Blue Cross or others. Sometimes if you have a bad year, you're kind of on a standalone platform, and whatever your loss ratios may be is what dictates a renewal. We do pool all of our groups together. So every large claimant over $50,000, and that's every belly button, not just an employee, anybody over 50 gets thrown into kind of a bucket, and then we spread that across our entire book of business. And that kind of takes the peaks and valleys out of the renewal cycle a little bit. So as an example, if Granite County had 3 or 4, large claimants in the coming year, that would be spread across our book of business. We typically notice in our book anyway that each group will have a bad year, maybe every 3 to 5 years. So there's, years that Granite County might have a 70% loss ratio, and obviously you're helping the other groups in the pool. And there's going to be years that you're going to have 110 to 200%, and those are the years that the pool is helping you out. So that's kind of how we're built from a pooling standpoint.
Yeah, so long story short, just you guys, Shane and JPT, when they signed the contract of no more than a 9% rate increase, that's true and honest. Through all my years working with them, they've never given over their guaranteed max for year 2. So I will say that they stand on their word when they say that. There's no tricks or games when it comes to that. With these rates also is included $15,000 of life insurance that can be negotiated. I think maybe you guys have 25 or 15,000 through Mako. I'm not sure what it is currently. We can bump that to 25,000. It might adjust the rates by very, very little, maybe $1 or so per rate. Also, through Joint Powers Trust is offered dental and vision benefits at great rates also, compared to what you guys are currently paying through Mako, and really strong benefits as well. I did include that in the packet, but just wanted to point them out. Your guys' dental right here. I'm not sure how you guys currently have enrollment happening for dental. Mandatory would mean is if you enroll in medical, you have to enroll in dental. Voluntary would be you can enroll in dental whether you get the medical insurance or not. Rates are much lower than what are through Mako, but also it's a richer plan design. You guys have a $2,000 benefit maximum, and then also I believe a $2,500 orthodontia maximum. Shane, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's a big benefit compared to what you currently have. I believe it's $1,000 through Mako, and then vision insurance is offered through JPT, and your network will be VSP.
And Dante, I want to just maybe jump in on the vision.
Yeah, please do.
Fairly confident here. I looked at Ty, who's also on the call, but the vision is included within those rates.
Oh, okay. Okay. So vision's included in these rates.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay. So your guys' vision plans are included in your medical rates.
And it's included in the dental, with the dental?
No, just the vision.
What was the question? The vision is paid by employee, not employee, through Mako.
Right. I think he's stating that it's included in the health package with
Their proposal.
their proposal.
Their proposal is that they'll pay for it,
Or it's part of it.
part of the health package.
That's new to us this most recent year. We just decided to include it to make it easier on everybody. So we show it, Dante's showing it here as what it's worth, but it is included in that medical premium.
Okay.
How much
And that has
is
a $0 copay for exams and things like that. Is that right? Yeah.
Yep.
When you say that sorry, Ashley Todd, Granite County Treasurer.
Yeah.
When you say there's a 9% cap is that cap adjusted yearly, we sign something yearly that says that you will not exceed a 9% increase,
For the second year.
second year only.
Just the second year, and the thought behind that is, and again, when we go through our renewal process, which we'll do here at the end of March, we determine what the JPT needs as a whole. We'll go through each group, determine what they need. If for some reason Granite County called for a 15% next year, your max would be 9%. But if it calls for a 4%, obviously you're going to get the 4%. And the idea of offering the second year maximum is just to try to show that we're not buying your business this year. I'm not going in with an underinflated number just to get you on the books and then try to grab it next year, which unfortunately is a game that's played in our business sometimes. It was just a way to say, hey, we're comfortable with the quote we proposed, and we're so comfortable that we'll just cap it at a maximum next year. And then from there on, it'll be whatever the renewal strategy pulls out for each individual group after that.
Yeah, to expand for just a second, I've seen it, and I know Shane and Tyrell and them, I've seen it also. In years past, we have some carriers come out with quotes that are far below what they should actually be getting as far as a renewal goes, or an offer for their health insurance. And then once renewal comes around year 2, they get a very large increase, and it might come unexpected to them. So this is just kind of Joint Powers Trust promise to you guys that, hey, we're not in that business. We want continuity and a long-term relationship.
We have to have over 50 employees to be part of the pool.
Nope.
No.
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 Okay.
Our enrollment runs the gamut from 13 employee life groups to 250 employee life groups and everything in between. So.
Okay. Anything else? Any other question?
Right, so one thing we haven't had, that I haven't understood, I guess, all these plans will apply to retirees that are under the coverage, health coverage, is that correct?
It looks like this one does Medicare.
Okay.
retiree.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
Yeah, so it'll work very similar as far as retirees being able to be on the plan. So,
But
yeah, I just wanted to, go ahead, sorry.
so say the county just decided to go through you guys for dental and vision, would that be an option?
Unfortunately, no. We would have to have everything be with either, Joint Power. In order to have dental and vision through Joint Powers Trust, you'd have to have the medical through Joint Powers Trust as well.
And on the flip side of that, if you do have a dental care you like, you wouldn't have to have the dental or the vision.
Right. So, if you guys wanted to do Joint Powers Trust for medical, but a different one for a different carrier for dental, we could look at that also. But in my experience with dental rates and carriers, I don't know if we're going to find better dental rates with better benefits than what are currently offered as far as maximums go. And then it's relatively easy as far as bills go and things like that, having all dental, vision, medical on one bill.
And then I think the last thing I would just offer up is if there was a decision made to join the Joint Powers Trust, we have an implementation team. They make it very simple. The onboarding process is very simple. They would ask a few questions of you on what your preferences are as far as different ways to receive the bill, so on and so forth. And then when the effective date comes, you're live. We have the enrollment loaded. People are able to fill their scripts timely. It is just a 12-month agreement. We're not locking you into multiple year agreements. So if a different decision's made next renewal, that's understandable. But it's a pretty easy process to come on board and because that's always a scary process. We understand that. So
Yeah, you guys wouldn't have to change a bunch of accounts, things like that. It's just you switch from who you're paying, you go from Mako to Joint Powers Trust, and then Joint Powers Trust and our team at Hub International work closely together for enrollment, helping, staff members understand differences, getting cards, signing up for different benefits, things of that nature will be a very smooth process if you decided to work with us. And I think that one of the most powerful things about this presentation is the 9% renewal recap or cap. So you guys know exactly what to budget for year 2, not only just year 1. If you get less than a 9% rate increase next year, great. We have some, savings that we didn't expect, but it's not this year to year thing where you have to figure out, oh gosh, what's the renewal going to be this year? Are we going to get a flat or are we going to get a 13? You kind of know exactly the next 2 years what your benefits are going to look like, just for continuity as far as payroll goes, employees go, things like that.
After the 2-year mark, is the contract, you said yearly, so on average, you said you didn't see more than a 7% increase. What are the chances that we're gonna see an 11 or 12% increase in year 3? And is that signed off in March as well for your renewal date?
Sure. Our group, our trustees, we have 7 trustees that are made up of county commissioners and school superintendents. They meet at the end of March. We'll meet on the 31st this year to set the rates. So those get out the first week of April. I wish I could tell you what year 3 looks like. If somebody could tell me what your claims will be like in year 2, I'll be able to tell you what year 3 is. But we work really hard to keep our claims costs down and share that if there happens to be a bad year. The 7% was just an average of all of our groups over the time frame of 2017 to last year. With that being said, in that time frame, there's probably, 15 different times that a group got a double-digit increase, 10 or higher. There's many of them that got 2 and 3% also. So it's just hard to tell without knowing what the type of claim situation you'll be in, but we'll do everything in our power to keep it low and consistent and take the peaks and valleys out of it.
Thank you.
Which in my experience, when Shane was talking about trend, is 13% is kind of what we're seeing at Hub International. We represent all different carriers, so it's Blue Cross Blue Shield, Pacific Source, JPT, all the different ones. And on average, groups are receiving anywhere from 10 to 13% year over year at least. So it's pretty amazing when we're able to get a city or county a great offer from Joint Powers Trust because of the continuity and rates that they're able to see year over year.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, well, got all of our, any more questions or anything, or? All right. I guess, we'll have to think this over and whatnot, but yeah, thanks for the presentation and the numbers and time and everything.
Absolutely.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Please feel free to reach out with any questions you guys have as far as rates go, or networks, what have you. We're happy to help in any capacity we can. So really appreciate the time today.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just reached out to Richland County, and I know they say they're partners, but they have EBMS and they're very happy with them. Seemed like it was a lot cheaper what we're paying.
Well, you'll get like one of those plans of like $1,100 or whatever. 9% would be another $105 next year. Increase. It's gonna go up 9% next year.
But what they said, correct me if I'm wrong, that 1,100 includes vision and dental.
Just vision.
It just,
made.
well, I think the, I don't know. I
Dental
was
separate.
confused. I think the dental and vision were the separate ones at the bottom, but they were both included in that.
Yeah, he said though that it was, the vision was included in the medical.
Oh, yeah, just be dental, vision.
But dental separate.
No.
So it's good to have you guys here to understand insurance thing. I don't have a clue. Southwest. Come on up. Oh.
Good morning again.
Morning, how are you?
Good, how are you guys?
Not bad.
For bribing you guys this time.
Oh, goodness.
Thank you. You're actually.
Let it go sit behind you. Oh, you're on the chorus.
On this person.
Thank you.
Thank you. For take two. So, last week, as you know, we were here to present with Cigna and, at 11:20, emails were flying as I was walking out the door and, Mako said it was, they would not allow that to go forward, so here we are. So when we got back to Bozeman, we immediately got on the phone with our carriers and Blue Cross said, hey, this is an easy one. We're gonna come off 5% additional. So it turned out that Blue Cross came in even less expensive than Cigna. And so these are those numbers. And so some of the things we did not change. I thought our dental proposal increasing from 2,000 to 3,000 with MetLife was a good one. I did not feel that needed to be changed. So we left that as it is. The vision, I really liked what MetLife did on the vision. And so they gave you, the large, trying to meet that 350 benefit you currently have with Mako. I didn't want to lose benefits there. So some of that we left alone. But if you guys look here in the brochure, in the book, we did exactly what we did last week. We took the numbers that you all had on your 5% renewal and Blue Cross on that $5,000 deductible. And they gave some really nice benefits on this. Blue Cross did. They did some really neat work. They also are giving the county $7,000 to help with, maybe any extra processes you have in the transition. They want to make sure that the county doesn't experience costs to make a move. So Blue Cross also provided $7,000 to the county to help with any transitional expenses. So with that in mind, that $5,000 deductible with your 5% renewal was $1,174. Blue Cross is under 15% under that renewal. They're coming in at $999. The families on that one are almost $500 cheaper than your renewal. When you go to the $3,500 deductible on your plan, you're coming in on your renewal at $1,308. Blue Cross is coming in at $1,117. Again, almost 15% under your renewal. The $2,000 deductible, that plan, most of your services are deductible and coinsurance on that basic plan. Blue Cross gave you doctor copay, pharmacy copays, everything across the board, and still came in almost 11% under the renewal. And the $1,500 deductible, Blue Cross quoted it at a $1,250 deductible. And that came in 24% under your renewal. Blue Cross wants the business. I mean, they came back, I hit Bozeman and they were calling me and said, we're coming off another 5, we want this case. So with that in mind, what I'd like to do is just go to that second tab and address again dental and vision. So your current dental plan is that $2,000 plan with Mako. This is with MetLife. They quoted it at $3,000 and kept those rates pretty consistent. Your vision plan, it's a very good vision plan you have. It's a $350 allowance, and with the case with MetLife, it's actually a 0 copay for the lenses and a $350 allowance just for your frames. That's a better plan. And those rates are actually quite a bit less than your current. So when I go on, I just wanted to show you this brochure. Just like we did last week with Cigna, Blue Cross gave some really tremendous benefits as well. And they do a really good job in this market. I've been a broker for 42 years. So I've been doing this a long, long time. And carriers are all very different. You know, they are all very different. What they do and what they can afford to do are very, very different. So with that in mind, let's just go right to that first page. And you're going to see on this plan here, which I don't see a page number. I need a page number. You guys are going to see it here. You're going to see those 4 plans, and you're going to be able to see those rates right across the board. Again, the deductible you have right now is $5,000. Blue Cross bid it at $5,150. So there's a small change in the deductible, but the premium was significantly lower, 15% lower. And those families were $500 cheaper. So you'll just be able to kind of see that. Some of the plans were richer, like the basic plan. You have no doctor copays, no pharmacy copays. Blue Cross gave you all of that. Okay? So if you go on to the next page, you're going to see what those plans look like. And this is a PPO with Blue Cross Blue Shield. So there's a lot of different plans being offered right now. And I'm seeing stuff in the industry I've never seen before, where carriers are really limiting your ability to travel for healthcare. If you were seriously ill, I had this happen. I mean, I've been doing this so long. People get sick and they want to go to Mayo Clinic, or they want to go to Cedars-Sinai, or they want to go wherever they want to go, MD Anderson. This is a plan that Blue Cross has quoted all 4 plans where it's a PPO. You can go anywhere in the United States you want to go. If they accept Blue Cross or Blue Shield in their state, they accept this plan. It's called a Blue Card. So you're going to see on this medical benefit page, you're going to see, of course, you have the 2 qualified plans, the 2 high deductible health plans. One has a $100 higher deductible, one has a $100 lower deductible than your current, but very comparable. And then you go over to these 2 other plans. One is, we're comparing it to your basic plan, even though it has co-pays, $25 for a doctor visit, $25 in mental health, $65 copay for specialists. Those are co-pays before any deductible. Then you have your $1,250 deductible. This next page is pharmacy. So you'll see doctor co-pays on the left. You'll see pharmacy on your right. The next 2 pages, when you're looking right here, now we're looking at these 2 pages here. These are first dollar coverages in the area of pharmacy and immunizations. So we're looking at pharmacy and immunizations. And you can go to any in-network pharmacy or any network provider, and that's a list of your immunizations paid without the application of deductible. This is where Blue Cross gets good, right here. This is where nobody competes with them. The next few pages on the 2 high deductible health plans, Blue Cross is providing these medications at a 0 copay. And as a broker, I can tell you that nobody does this in the state of Montana except Blue Shield. So if you're on one of the high deductible health plans and you're being treated for any of these medical categories that are listed right here on your right side, the employee or the dependent should be able to take this list of pharmacy and find prescriptions at 0 cost. And it is a big list. All of these meds on the 2 HDHPs are at 0 cost. And we're talking drugs like Advair, drugs like Trilogy. These are big dollar medications and all at 0 cost. So trying to make sure that if people are on a high deductible health plan, that they can get their medications and that they're not thinking, I can't afford it. I have clients call me all the time. They go to the pharmacy and they have no idea what a cost of a medication is. And they say, I just walked away because they didn't have the several $100s to pay for the prescription and sometimes more. These are some preventative services now that we're looking at. And these are just preventative services paid with no application of deductible. You can go to any in-network provider, with Blue Cross or Blue Shield, and those are at zero cost. This next page is value adds. So this is a value added page. Right there, Lynch, yeah. So and this is true with a lot of carriers. We talked some about this last week. So Blue Cross Blue Shield is providing what's called a rewards program. What the rewards program is, and I see this around the state where people really get involved with the different wellness benefits that Blue Cross Blue Shield provides. And there'll be like challenges in different areas, different parts of schools, and they'll say, okay, we're gonna, do healthy cooking, or we're gonna bring healthy recipes in, or we're gonna walk at lunchtime. And by doing that, you can do this Blue Points program. And the Blue Points program says you're doing healthy activities, you're making these healthy choices. You can actually wear like a Fitbit, or a watch, download that information. And when you download that information, you earn points, which you can redeem for gift cards that Blue Cross will be providing to the team. You also have the rewards program. So here in Phillipsburg in particular, someone was going to have an expensive procedure. They might be looking at Missoula. They might be looking at Bozeman. They may be looking at Butte. They're trying to decide maybe Helena, who knows. If they go to this program here, the member rewards, and they were to look for the area, let's say they were going to have a surgery. So they're looking at the different providers in this 100-mile geographic area that can provide this service. If they choose one of that Blue Cross recommends, and it may not be the cheapest, Blue Cross will actually send them a check. And there is no limit to the number of checks they'll send by people engaging in their healthcare decisions. Telehealth is next. And so telehealth is right here. And we talked about this last week as well with Cigna. It's an exciting thing. People can get medical care where it makes best sense for them, right from their phones, from their computers at times. We're not feeling well. Do we get to a doctor? We're busy. Or do we just request a physician's visit at a time convenient for us? 24/7, that's available on all plans. And also mental health visits are also available by appointment. So a lot of young people will go out and do their mental health visits from their car at lunchtime. This is just information, virtual visits. There's also a weight loss program Blue Cross Blue Shield would be providing to your team. It's called Wonder, right here. You all see it right there in front of you. And the Wonder program is a weight loss program where they send you lots of great resources to meet your weight loss goals. The carriers are really doing this across the board and trying to help people lose weight, because when they lose weight, they have better outcomes. Amada, and this is something that I will do meetings at a hospital that I insure. They'll just be talking about Amada, because Amada is an exciting system. So with Amada, and they say the value is about $700 per employee. So if I have weight loss goals, I have blood pressure, diabetes, Blue Cross Blue Shield will actually send the employee a nice electronic scale, the blood pressure cuffs, whatever supplies they need to help manage their whatever they're managing. And Amada is part of this benefit too. So Amada is part of your employee benefits. And if I go on to the next page, EAP. This is something I was sorry we didn't have on the last quote, but we got it on this one. And so EAP, Employee Assistance Program. And EAP provides to your team 24/7 availability to counselors. There's financial services out there, legal services at no cost to your team. So they can pick up their computer pick up their phone and immediately contact a counselor. And if it's more than they can deal with on a telephonic visit, this particular one does have face-to-face availability as well as no cost. So this plan has a full EAP. The network is next. So we're now looking at the network. I'll give you my name again. So the network is Blue Cross Blue Shield. It's not the narrow network we're often seeing with many carriers. It's the broad network. This is the most expensive network Blue Cross offers, the PPO. So availability to providers throughout Montana, as well as throughout the United States. Two of our health plans would be HSA eligible, 150, 150, 130, 400. And again, just reminding everybody, anyone who meets the eligibility criteria for Granite County can have the health plan. Not everybody can do an HSA. And I am a chartered financial consultant as well as an insurance broker. I have a 6 and 63 license for securities investments. I do a lot of retirement planning, and we'd be here to support your team. I don't know if there's many agents in Montana that have the credentials that I have. I don't think there are any. Okay, go on to the next page. Not to brag, but sort of. I think I earned it.
Right.
42 years. MetLife. Again, MetLife, we're providing dental through MetLife. And we also picked up, we kept the life insurance. We moved it from Dearborn from last week to MetLife because we were able to get a better bid. And we were able to pick up the dependent life insurance too, and the voluntary. So MetLife was able to do it all. And we were able to save a little bit of money on the insurance, which are bundled in the rates you're looking at. The dental rates are listed here. Again, it's a $3,000 per insured dental plan. And we have from your 2,000, and we included the vision benefit and enhanced the vision that you currently have, and those rates were actually lower. And then this is the life insurance, same as we did last week. We did 30,000 on the employee, 10,000 on the spouses, and we covered the children as well for a $5,000 benefit that or more than 6 months old. Limitations are there. Every policy has limitations. And then our information. So there it is. Take two. I almost told my staff, all I want to do is come in and have on the notebook, take two. Because I was pretty much blown away when I walked out of here and my phone was up blurry. But thank you so much.
Thank you for the candy.
Yeah, that's bribery. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
I have one question for you.
You bet.
Sorry. With Blue Cross Blue Shield, we have seen historically their rates increase in the double digits year over year. Is there anything in here that states that there's a cap?
Well, you know, as a broker, and I'm going to speak from the standpoint of a broker with a lot of experience. What I can tell you is they're not buying business here. This is not buying business. This is where you should have been. We saw this with Cigna last week. And we saw this with Blue Cross this week. Your rates are artificially high. Your rates are astronomically high compared to where they should be. And we saw that with Cigna last week. Cigna underwrote it. And on some of those plans, Cigna came in under 25%. Blue Cross looked at it, they're under 25%. I think we live in a scary world right now. I think we're living in a world that's unseen. We are seeing immune therapies that will blow your mind on the cost. And so, you know, Blue Cross Blue Shield Montana is part of HCSC, which is Health Services Corporation or something out of Illinois, which is the Blue Cross for Montana, Illinois, Oklahoma, Texas, and New Mexico. And I think probably about the second or maybe fourth largest carrier in the country. And a lot of the trust, I'm not going to criticize anybody. I'm not going to criticize because that's not what I'm here for. When I come into these meetings, I say a little prayer. A little prayer is, I told Miranda this, said it a minute ago too, whatever's best for you guys is what I want. I don't care. If you do business with us, great. If you don't, that's fine too. I just want what's best for you all. And living in this world we live right now, where a therapy could be $3 to $5 million. I mean, these therapies, they're coming out with them. This guy just died of ALS. And this man, there's a new immune therapy for ALS. There's immune therapies that we've never seen before for cancer and other things. How does anybody afford this? How do carriers handle this? I mean, what do carriers do? And I think there is some credibility to being with a large carrier at this point. And so am I gonna tell you, you end up with one of those immune therapies, 3 million, 5 million? Would you even have it covered currently? I don't know. But what I can tell you is that there are no promises in anything because we don't know what's coming down the tracks at us. What I can tell you though, is that you are pooled, when you have a large claim with the Blue Cross, it's pooled with other large claimants. And I see claims reports that are 250% loss ratios. And I look at the renewals at some of these carriers and I just go, that's a blessing. That's a blessing because you're not getting those huge rate increases. Can anybody tell you what's coming down the tracks for Granite or any other county or school? You can't. But what I can tell you is that I've been around a long time and I will bust my butt to make sure I bring to you the best rates possible at all times. I'm not loyal to anybody except Granite County. That's it. I'm not, if it means we leave Blue Cross and we end up with who knows who. All I can tell you is we plan for today. And right now you can save your organization, in some instances, 25% off the renewal. That's a lot of money. That's money people they would have that in their paychecks. It might mean they cover their families where they can't afford to cover their families. We are living in a very difficult situation. Another thing I'll just throw out to you, I know I want to be in and out, but the marketplace. So what would the marketplace help with you guys? Okay. Well, I think the marketplace has a huge place in this county because your rates are astronomically high. I mean, these are not normal rates. What you guys are at in this renewal, these are not normal rates. And when you look at the dependent costs, so let's just take an example, and I'll just use my numbers. Take Blue Cross, which in instances are 25% under. I mean, some of these family rates are $500 cheaper. But let's just take one look. Just take one look. And let's just start with yours, okay? So if you cover the single rate on that first $5,000 deductible, you're paying $1,174. You see what that family rate is? It's $2,000 a month. That's the family premium. For a lot of these people, that's a lot of their paycheck. That's why no one covers their families. So, you guys know what the family glitch is? You ever heard of it? So the family glitch says this. If I need to spend more than 9.2% of my income to cover dependents, which would be your case in almost every instance, my dependents will go to the marketplace. These people, you may have families right now going uninsured because they don't know about the family glitch. We would be in here to work with your team. We would bring our team in. We have a big team. And we would sit here and work on the marketplace with your team and get these people covered. Now, unfortunately, the marketplace is closed right now, isn't it? But maybe there are people carrying dependents right now. I mean, I've had people where I've met with school districts in an auditorium. We talked about the family glitch, and I've had people wait for me at the door in tears because they have no paycheck. They get no paycheck because their insurance is covering dependent costs. We are able to get those people paychecks. So there are a lot of things we can do. A lot of things, a lot of resources out there. Family glitch being one. And, we talked some about Medicare last week. There's lots of things out there we can do to work with your team. And I can only promise you, I can't promise you what the future brings. I can only promise you that you will have my full attention and my full years of experience in helping you solve these problems. That's all I can promise you. Okay. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thanks.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you. Everyone, thank you. Do you have a card? You have it right there.
And
You're
then,
gonna
sorry.
leave it back, so, I'll give you mine. There, go down. You can call me, anybody can call me. I don't care if you give it to me or not, you need help, call. Thank you. And that's true for everybody. If you know somebody who needs help with anything, I don't need to be your broker. I was at Whitefish the other day and I was talking with the district clerk and she said, Julie, I can bring people to you for Medicare. I said, I'm always here to help. Oh, thank you.
Thank
Let me get this. I'm gonna leave this one here. My card, and this is for anyone who wants it, with the record. Thank you. Call me if you need me.
Thank you.
You guys. We go. All right, husband, come. Absolutely, absolutely. Just call me. Call me, absolutely. Anybody's gonna need help. And I do more than insurance. I also do Medicare and I also do financial work as well. I am a financial person assistant. I hate to say financial planner because I think that would, but I do a lot of retirement. Thank you, everyone.
See you, man. All right, come on up. Morning. How are you guys doing?
Everybody.
Good.
Hello.
Say our names.
Mako, yeah.
Yes, Joanna Roscoe with Mako.
And Sherry Copeland with Mako.
Excellent, okay. Well, we went through the documents that we had Southwest benefits, we had the Southwest, we looked at the Blue Cross quote that she was just going over. And then but I'll start with Big Sky Benefit Solutions, that one. We've received that, and it was tough for us to do a true compare because they didn't provide a whole lot of information. And I think the biggest thing is they had us down at a 9% renewal, and it wasn't, it was a 5% renewal. And then they also didn't have our right rates for dental or vision either. But, and then the hardest part where we couldn't really do a true compare is they only listed what the employee only rate would be. So you don't know what the tiers are for employee spouse, employee child, employee family. And then the very first plan they listed said a $500 deductible, $3,000 max out of pocket, which we're thinking that really might have been a typo. I think they were trying to compare ours, which would have been $1,500, $3,000. And then on the $2,000 deductible plan, their out of pocket went up to $6,000. Ours is $4,000. So what that does is that cost shifts $16,000 to your employees away from the county. So I think the biggest thing there is just a cost shift. And then the same thing again on the high deductible 3,500 plan, it would be $8,800 that cost shifts to your employees. And then on the last plan, they listed a 3,500, 1,000, 100%, 6,000. We're not really sure about that plan because that plan didn't make sense. Like from a plan perspective, that doesn't make sense with what that would be. So, and again, we didn't really have the plan details to look at that. Dental, again, super competitive with what we had. I think the biggest thing to be aware of, same thing that we'll mention on Blue Cross, is you're gonna have to use their dental network. So you'll have to find an in-network dental provider. We don't have dental or vision network providers. Ours is just, you go to whoever you go to, and we have a flat benefit that Allegiance administers, so you don't have to be at an in-network provider.
Is that the PPO, that was the one, PPO?
PPO stands for Preferred Provider.
Yeah, you have to go to their people, basically.
You have to go to their network.
No.
So they'll have a network of vision providers and a network of dentists, and you have to make sure that you go to to somebody that's in network with them, which can sometimes be difficult. I don't know if you've ever tried to find an in-network dentist, but it can be a little bit difficult. And vision providers, it seems like anymore, they just want you to pay up front and then you submit your insurance. But either way, I think the biggest difference between all of those dental and visions is probably network. Again, I don't know that they're gonna force them to a network because I couldn't see the details of it. But on vision, they absolutely indicated that they use VSP. So you would have to go to a VSP vision provider in order to have the benefits. And we don't do that. And then, oh, I'm sorry, let me restate that. On vision, they indicated that we use VSP. We don't. We don't use VSP. Allegiance administers our vision. So I don't know where they got that we use VSP because we don't. So, and again, they didn't mention who they use, but I'm assuming that you'll have a limited network there. On life and AD&D, it wasn't really clear what they were offering. They gave you a rate, but I don't know if that's per 10,000. I don't know if that they're offering that. I don't know if that's county paid, if that's just voluntary, what their rates are. So again, it's kind of tough to do that. On wellness, they did indicate PAC source contract next to Rocky Mountain Biometrics. So I gave Rocky Mountain Biometrics a call just to ask them, like, what does that work with? They're absolutely credentialed with PackSource, but they operate very differently than they do with us. So if Rocky Mountain provided services under PackSource, they would not offer the 40 panel lab test that they offer to our members. And you'd have to have a minimum of 25 people get a blood draw in order for them to come out. And looking at the history of the years that we've been here, it's usually between 19 and 20 that we get to show up. So Rocky Mountain would probably be off the table. And then if you flip over to like the compare with Blue Cross, because I think that that's probably the biggest, obviously had significant rate changes or significant rate savings, which as we were here last time said, you're absolutely gonna see that. And I'd say the number one thing, like, and especially listening to Julie Blocky, who again has been in the industry for a long time, worked with her a lot at Blue Cross, that they don't know what your loss ratio has been. So when she was talking about 250% loss ratio, what that would do to your renewal, well, you guys have had over 125% loss ratio for 9 out of 10 years. So you would have been looking at least a 30% rate increase each of those years. And it's one thing, like she said, to get the best deal, you can absolutely do that. Again, like we've said, our model, we're a marriage, we're not speed daters. And so if you want to change carriers every other year or every year, then you can absolutely bring your rates down. But once they know what your utilization history looks like, you're going to see huge rate increases. And that is what I like about our pool model. And I know JPT discussed that as well, that everything's pooled over 50,000. And the one thing that we offer is a maximum 10% rate cap. I didn't hear JPT mention that. I don't know that they offer that or not. I don't know their product well enough to be able to speak to that. But then we also offer you a 5% rates, 5% decrease off of the Mako average if you run better. So we would cap you at 10% above the Mako average all years, not just year 2. That's one major thing that has truly saved, it's really helped Granite County over the last several years. But again, that pooling model is to me huge because all of those high cost claims get pooled with everybody. The other thing Julie mentioned too was like these immune therapies that are coming up. One therapy could be $2 million. We actually carry an additional line of protection for Mako called Embark. So it protects the trust from those dollars as well, meaning it's kind of like another reinsurance carrier. So if we were to get hit with one of those claims, all of those costs are picked up by Embark. So it wouldn't turn the trust upside down with 1 case or 5 cases. We carry additional coverage to protect us against that, which of course protects your county and the members from that as well.
And in addition to that, Embark they're specialists in that gene therapy stuff. So they assist, if a member is going through that, they assist the member through it.
Yeah.
So they have a lot of advantages and we do have that as an option.
Absolutely.
We have it already. It's not an option, it's in the
And we
plan.
haven't had a gene therapy case, but I know Allegiance has had at least a handful. So they're certainly familiar with all of those situations and that they are rare, but they're becoming more and more common. I would say the biggest difference that we saw, again, is when you look at the Blue Cross rates, and several of the plans were fairly comparable, but again, what's happening is on, for example, the cost shifting of the out-of-pocket maximum. So over $25,000 is being cost shifted from risk for the county to risk to the employee. So the out-of-pocket maximums are higher on a couple of those plans and a couple of those plans that you have quite a few members on. And so with that, just knowing that you're taking the cost savings from the premium and you're cost shifting 25,000 of that to your employees because they'll take up the additional risk. And then,
One of the
go ahead. Yeah.
One of the things that's, I guess, question in my mind is, you guys are known, we have issues, you guys take care of them, the customer service part of it.
Yeah.
One thing I don't know about any of the, can you speak to that at all?
I can't necessarily speak on behalf of their customer service,
but
I mean,
but your thoughts.
Are you listening? when this
Yes.
was
A
being
li- Yeah, most of
Yes.
it.
We were, and you might wanna contact a few of the counties, like I would recommend Fallon County, who we're quoting right now, if they haven't seen that entity in 5 years. So, so it just depends, I think from a premium perspective, but as far as service goes, I don't know. I mean, again, I've never had their coverage. I don't wanna speak negatively
yeah.
about them because I don't know.
Well, just the unknown is an issue to
Yeah.
me.
And it, again, reaching out to some other counties might be helpful. I know like Fallon right now is actively, looking. And same thing with, Roosevelt.
Fallon was with JPT or they were?
They are current.
Okay.
they're looking at you.
And they're doing an RFP right now for different services.
Yeah, we're gonna go,
And
we meet with them next week.
I think that carrier, do they have 8 or 9 counties? And we have 35.
Yeah,
I think
they're down.
that speaks to something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and again, I don't know because I haven't really worked with them. So I don't wanna say anything about their services that I don't know anything about, but.
one of the, and I don't know whether Smith RX was who was proposed there.
Oh, yeah, I don't know about that one. I don't know.
Okay.
I would say the biggest difference we saw in the Blue Cross offer for employees is the RX component. Right now, the RX, we have you on a 0, 25, 50 as far, and on several of those, like generics are $0. And they're $0 on the regular plan and on the high deductible health plan. And so the list that was provided that shows like all the zero cost drugs on a high deductible health plan, we have pages of drugs that are available for $0 on our high deductible health plan because they're preventive in nature. And then we do also have a program that we call our patient assistance program. And so for those really high cost drugs that people on the high deductible health plan have, we limit those to $25. So we also have that program available to limit the cost of pharmaceutical expenses on high deductible health plans for the members. But if you look at, I just pulled your utilization for the last year in the report that we went over the last time we were here. And of the spend, Granite County had $250,000 in pharmacy spend last year. Of that, $179,000 of that was in specialty RX. Right now, your members are paying $50 for each of those scripts. They would be going up to $200 and $300 per script. And we also cap at
On the Blue Cross?
yeah, theirs was a $200 and a $300 copay.
Depending on what tier of specialty it fell in.
Yeah. So depending on that, and just knowing what your specialty spend was in Granite County, just being aware that that will create noise with your employees that are now paying $300 or $200 for a drug that they used to pay $50 for. And then the other thing is we offer a 90-day fill kind of, I don't want to say discount, but if you do a 90-day fill, then you don't have to pay the full 3 copays. You get a discount on that third copay. It's, I think, $69.50.
I think it's 50% of whatever the third copay.
Of whatever the third copay, thank you, because I like $69.50 or something. And in looking at the plan document, the way I interpreted that plan document is those are 30-day fill rates. So if you filled 90, you would pay that times 3. And we would cap that at half of the third.
Is Fallon County doing a 1-year RFP or what are they asking for?
Right now,
Can't they do more? I mean, year 2 is, I
We're-
don't know.
when we provide a quote, we lock in for the first 3 years. So
Okay.
we do a 3-year contract right out of the chute, and then after that, then it's a year by year. And that's just so that we don't have a situation where people come to us with really bad experience, bury the trust and then jump to somebody else. Cause as a couple of different people have mentioned to you, that definitely is what happens in the market too. And
It is a business model to kind of just find the cheapest every single year and go
Yep.
wherever that cheapest is. And
Yeah.
it can provide some financial relief, but it causes a lot of headache and problem for the people that are on those plans.
I mean, if your employee base is not opposed to changing pharmacies and changing medications, to new formulary drugs every year or every other year, then that would be a fine model potentially. And there are definitely employer groups out there that do that all the time, but again, that's not what we offer. And we, again, try to cap renewals, keep the renewals low. And, you know, like our Granite County's average renewal, I didn't bring that with me, but is under, your average renewal is under 6% of us over the last 12 years. So I think we've done a good job keeping your renewals, your renewal increases relatively low over the long period. We definitely had a couple of bad years, and I'm not gonna lie about those. Those ones jumped up and bit us in the rear. But at the same time, when you look at it over the spread, which is what our model is for, it's definitely done what we hope for it to do. And then I think the other thing is when it comes to wellness under Blue Cross, I will just, and I got Mel and Ty's permission to say this, but they no longer do any work for Blue Cross groups. They don't come in and do wellness screenings for Blue Cross groups anymore. So they probably offer wellness. You would just probably do that through your physician's office instead of having wellness come into the county. Again, dental and vision, those would require network providers through Dearborn. And life, I don't know if you read I would recommend that you read the life exclusions on the life policy that was being offered. Those exclusions were pretty significant. So I would just say, really read those exclusions, make sure you're aware of any life claims and the life claims that will get denied under that policy.
Is that the one on the 2 year, or it had to be a year before you're doing?
Oh, no, so with us, for example.
No, but I mean, what they were saying.
Oh, what they were saying when I read the life quote that they provided, there were just a lot of lists of exclusions, and one of them was suicide. Suicide's a flat out exclusion, and that's not uncommon. Life carriers oftentimes will exclude suicide. We do not. If they've been on the plan for more than a year, it will cover suicide. And that was incredibly beneficial during COVID. We had a high suicide rate during COVID. That policy helped a lot of families. And then the other thing that it just had
The very first exclusion on the Dearborn page that listed exclusions said something about any disease or infirmary.
Yeah, like mental health. The other one was infection that wasn't like a pus generating infection. And I can just speak for myself, and in the hospital twice last year with sepsis. And if I passed away from sepsis, the way I interpret that plan, my life insurance policy wouldn't have kicked in. Because it said.
There's a heck of a list of
It was just a
exclusions.
big list. All I say is just read those exclusions and make sure you're comfortable with them. If you so chose to move, just make sure you know what you're getting into with that life policy. And I'd say the biggest thing that jumped out at me is we absolutely cover suicide. They just have to be on the plan for 1 year. Because that is a tough thing, especially when they're already dealing with grief of loss. To have an insurance policy is kind of critical. I think what other significant, Embark was a big one, the gene therapy. And then again, we don't work on commissions. So when Sherry and I and Pam and Vera, when any of us are out here, again, similar to what JPC said, we are a small team and we really do try to keep admin low. We try to run it under a 10% admin. Some of the larger carriers typically run at try to stay at 20% admin. But we don't work on commissions. And so in looking at that quote that was provided, my approximation would be that Southwestern would be making about $35,000 in commission on this group. And just knowing we just don't operate in that model. So we're not here to try and sell you anything. We don't make commissions on selling you anything. We don't make commissions on retaining. We're just here really for the benefit of the county and to try and keep your employees happy and keep the premiums from spiking and dipping. And I think we've done a good job at that. What else? I'm trying to think of, what other questions do you have for us? You certainly have had a lot of stuff thrown at you in the last 2 days, or the last 2 weeks. You have had a lot of information, and again.
Worse than buying
I appreciate that.
That's a terrible comparison to us.
Yeah.
Fighting on me.
Especially you. We don't want you to use me. No, we do. Definitely, I think.
Questions? What percentage is our line going up this year?
5%. It's a 5% rate increase. And then we did provide some family friendly options, I believe, as well, that could bring down those family expenses a little bit as well.
So
Yeah,
what
looks like
what are
for
those
my
options? Cause I'm looking at the family plans for some of our employees and what I see is like,
Do you
high
need 'em?
deductible 5,000 is that we're still looking at the employee paying somewhere around $20,000 to have their family on the plan in a year.
Let me look, I don't have the numbers in front of me.
Yep, sorry, I'm getting.
Not
Watch that. Can I borrow your?
You bet, we'll be careful of the door. The alternate rate page. I'll just take a peek at that.
There's the other.
So yeah, if you had like on the RM 5,000, so 1223. That would be
Enough
14
of these.
roughly.
I already have some from Russell.
Yeah. Here's the.
So
here's
assuming that the county
And then there's
contribution
two options.
is the same
There's
logic
one
as
plan,
the
so
1679, because your county contribution is based, has been based historically on the RM 1500. So if that is still 1679, and you look at the high deductible health
So
plan,
is this showing?
then that would be
plan here? There's
$1,000
two
roughly
different
a
options,
month.
two
It's
different
still 12,000,
So
cover family.
if you look right here, this is just
Does
the
that
flat
math make
renewal. And then we have two.
Oh, right, there you are, okay, yep, so.
Because you'd still have the county contribution.
Were you looking?
Well, the county contribution here has typically been based on the RM 1500 plan. And so assuming that logic stays the same, that county contribution would be 1679. Take that, the 2691 less the 1679. And then that would be roughly, and I am so not a person without a calculator, but roughly $1,000.
I think.
The 2691 less the 1679 would be 1,000.
The option two, that.
Plus the.
Yeah, I wasn't listening, I'm sorry.
$10,000 to meet the high deductible for full coverage.
What's that?
On the high deductible
On the high deductible 5,000,
as a family.
yes, out of pocket would be 10,000 a year to cover the whole family. 10 to 12,000. Well, actually, I think it's closer to 12. To cover the whole family.
So is that option two?
Yeah, that's on this alternate tiers. Yeah, I'm looking at the option 2. On option 2, yes. And if you look at option 1, assuming the county contribution logic stays the same at 1650, you take the 2552 less than 1650, so that would be about around 900. Around $900-ish.
What's the access for?
Pardon me?
What's the access for?
Oh, that's just dental and vision. Assuming if you elected the medical, you would also elect dental and vision coverage. And that's just saying that we would offer dental and vision.
So the pages that I just handed out, they're actually the signing rate sheets. They're the ones that you'd sign if you opt for those coverages. So that's assuming that you're gonna sign and opt for the dental and vision again.
Being offered to your employees, again, at their logic, to their contribution eligibility.
Can I?
Yes.
Yes.
So did you, I know that, Carol wasn't here and neither was.
I was trying to listen on Zoom, but I guess.
Can you explain the alternate tier thing a little bit for the family? Did you understand it when you were trying to listen to? It's an option, there's option 1 and option 2 that helps the family.
Helps bring down the cost of the families.
Yes.
The
So-
dependent coverage plans, yeah.
We have to take in a certain bucket of money to cover Granite County. So we can kind of adjust those tiers however you want, so that we still get our same bucket to cover the county. So what we can do is we actually artificially inflate the employee only a little bit higher, then we can drop some of those family rates down a little bit lower so that we're still getting the same pool of money, but it makes it easier for the families to get on, especially if the county increases their contribution of that employee only to that inflated rate.
Yeah.
So does that make sense?
So no matter what, the county is covering the 1679. You're looking at the 20,000.
It will depend on which option they go with. If they go with alternate tier option number one, my assumption is the county contribution would be the 1650. The logic in the past has been the RM 1500 employee rate plus dental. So I'm assuming if that logic stayed the same and you don't change that logic, on option one, it would be the 1650 plus the 43 would now become the county contribution rate. And so you would take that total amount and then take, like, say, if you wanted that, the high deductible 5,000 plan, family coverage, it'd be 2552 or 2522, sorry, less that county contribution amount. And then that's what the employee portion would be. So right about 900 per month. So about 11,000, 10,000-ish a year.
For a family.
For a family, to have family coverage.
One thing I was gonna say is, you said that, Blue Cross, you'd have to be part of the network for the dental. I just looked up to see if my dentist is on the network, it's not on the network, so that's frustrating. It wouldn't be able to get anything reimbursed if they went to that. If you use that dentist.
They might use some, you'd have to pay for it up front, turn in your own claims, and then they wouldn't go off of charge like we do. We go off of whatever the charge is and pay the benefit at 180 or 50%, depending on the service. They would pay off of allowed amounts that are lower, and you'd be balanced, billed the difference.
Okay.
So it'd be quite a bit more expensive is the bottom line, and you'd have to pay up front.
I'll look up anyone else's dentist if you want to.
Oh, not at all? Oh, that's weird.
It's been off.
Oh, dang it.
She doesn't take insurance anymore.
Oh, dang it. I know, I've actually heard of some
Well,
doctors doing that. which we-
In that instance, though, we will still pay
Absolutely.
the same benefit off of whatever they
You
charge.
send us their invoice and we'll submit it to Allegiance and you'll get the same benefit.
And if you didn't do that this last year, you've got 365 days to do that. So if you have dental bills.
I'm not with you guys at all.
Oh,
So,
okay.
I'm doing this for my employees. So.
You betcha.
Gotcha.
I was like, man, send those in because we can get those reimbursed. Yeah. I mean, if you know of employees, definitely send them our way if they go to that provider. But does that help answer the question on kind of how to figure out what that cost would be for an employee? And I didn't do the one on the back. I should have done it.
Yeah.
So you're saying though that, if I'm understanding correctly, a family would still be paying $12,000 out of pocket for the year, roughly, right?
Yeah, 10 to 12.
And then on top of that, they still have to meet that high deductible amount of the 10,000.
No,
Of the 5,000.
As a family though, isn't it 10?
Well, as a single person, though, if you have one person, once they hit 5, they're done. As a whole family, so if I hit, for example, if I cover my family, once I hit $5,000, I'm done. So if I had a horrible claim year, once I hit 5,000, I'm done. Then if my son has expenses that hit, and then he would hit 5,000, or any accumulation of the additional members in my family. So if I cover myself, 2 kids and a husband, once one of us hits 5,000 or any of us hit 5,000, that individual person is done. And then the next accumulation of the additional 5,000, then the whole family is done.
Or if the whole family was bad, you could eat 2,500.
Right.
And it would stop.
And it would stop.
So it's $5,000 per person or 10,000 for the family, whichever comes first.
Yes, that's a good way to explain it.
So either way though, it's 10,000.
If something catastrophic happens to
If
the
something
whole family,
catastrophic
yes.
happened to the whole family, yes. If it's just one person, like in my situation where I was the one in the hospital, because nobody else in my family had any care, once I hit my 5,000, I was done. So, yes. If the whole family ends up having services, yes.
And you all need a decision today, correct?
Just by March 1st.
Well,
Yeah.
they won't meet before
We
then,
have
so
it
they
on
need to
the
make it
agenda
today.
today. It's on the agenda
Yeah.
Okay.
today. The next agenda item.
The question is are you staying in the trust? We don't have to have plan choices until the 13th of March.
Yeah.
So,
well, you're best off to stay in the trust, otherwise it's. Right?
that's what we're
Yeah.
saying.
Ask if you're going with Mako or what.
Yeah. Yeah, the only decision we need by March first is if you plan to stay in the trust. As far as electing which specific option you wanted, like if you wanted to move to a family-friendly option, or if you want to change any of your contribution logic. If you want to do any of that, we don't need that until March 13th. But that gives you a little more of a window if you want more time to talk through that.
What is the section here that says, that I acknowledge that the county has a required 75% participation in medical plans? Is that for all eligible?
Eligible employees that don't have other group coverage. So if, like, say, for example, you're covered under your spouse, you come out of that 75% calculation. It's to prevent the situation where we're adverse risk selected against, where you have some people out there that are like, I don't want the insurance, I'm not taking the insurance, and I'm just gonna run without. So it's kind of to protect that situation. But if you have other coverage, then that comes out at 75%. I've never had a county yet be at risk in that situation.
Coming from the commercial markets, I've been with Mako for not quite a year, and really, really standard language. That's in all carriers and contracts.
Just to prevent adverse selection. But yes, for eligible employees, and then whoever has other coverage comes out of that calculation. So it's just making sure that you're covering all of your employees with the benefit. But you guys offer the county contribution, so you can't imagine you have people out there that don't have any coverage because it's being covered the employee only rate and on the richest plan. So it would be an incredibly low risk situation, I would think, for your family. Any other?
Entertain a motion. I'll go ahead and make the motion that we stay with the health insurance company and plan, Mako, including dental and vision coverage for county employees for 26-27. County contribute to.
Well, that'd be a separate motion would be your contribution.
No.
Or I guess you included in that motion if you had.
Do it all in one. Is that the way we do one?
What?
Do it all in one motion?
So you're saying two motions? So, okay, they wanna know if we're gonna stay with
Yeah.
Eco Healthcare.
Yeah,
That's all we need to say right now. And we can decide the coverage by March 13th.
Just because that's the Friday.
But the third question is how much is the county gonna contribute? And they don't need to know that right now.
That's the 13th decision.
Yeah, we can figure that out at a later date, so just. Guess yeah, just a motion for staying with Mako.
I'll make the motion, we go ahead and stay with Mako.
I'll second it.
Public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Let us know if you have any question. Again, thank you so much for all your time, and I know this has been laborious, so. If there's anything else we can do to help you, you're definitely here to do.
So these, I know you gave yours away, and then these are the contribution eligibility. I need one of those and this signed by 13.
Okay.
So one of those and that, one of those and that.
Make sure,
Miranda, show people. I have four. I will email it to you.
One of what?
Exactly.
This for our plans?
I only got one.
Yes.
Oh, did, what?
What were you saying? I need to
Oh,
sign.
the one you need, Carol. We will.
the email link.
Yeah, Dorothy.
I don't. I, just barely wrote to pass out the.
Okay.
So the other three sheets that I gave you, or, well, actually, to the art, they're on. He doesn't need, I'll get it for you. Yeah. That is so. Thank you. Just ignore me. Yeah.
Just encourage you to have this on the agenda, to take care of the plans and the.
Yeah, and you have my number. Yes, okay, you call me when you have time. Okay.
Alright,
Take care.
Linda?
Thanks.
Thank you.
I think they signed Jeremiah up with insurance.
Got me on the way out. Right, you got boat insurance. Alright, Linda.
Thank you.
Go for
You ready?
the Arrowstone Lot 14.
Okay.
Johnson subdivision.
I'm gonna just give it
One right
to
here.
one of you so that you can look at, sign it when you get done.
There's this.
You wanna sit here?
Well, what was this?
So this is final plat for the Aerostone. It's just the two lots split up there in one of the Aerostone lots.
I got some there, sorry.
No, you're fine.
I she was gonna make copies, I said, last gave me.
Are you okay?
I okay?
Or are you okay?
This is what we talked about a while ago, you came tonight.
Yeah, well, they've got all their conditions met, so they've met all their conditions, they've got all their required things done.
You're good with it?
I'm good with it, I've looked through everything, so I'm recommending,
Well, I asked whether
that
she-
you give final plat approval on this one, and then you guys can sign it.
Yeah, the special pin.
You got the special pen.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion, we go ahead with Aerostone Lot 14, Johnson subdivision, final plat review. On your recommendation.
Can you approve it?
You approve it? Yeah.
On our what? County plans recommendations,
That's what I.
I'll second it.
Public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
The, for space.
Yeah, do you want the table? Yeah, there's a table might be easier. Yeah. There were any other areas in there. There's seeing a big blob. Yes. That's not, they're seeing a big pink blob on the internet. So you're okay with staying in Maple? Yeah, I just am interested in Ashley. They can. She can sing too.
Yeah, it's intriguing on
She's worried about her employees.
discount, but yeah, there are something's no.
She did do all three copies. Good job, thank you.
Did it on the first one.
They know what they're doing, they know what they're doing,
Because of the.
gotta do glasses, they can see everything now.
You know, yeah.
What was the difference with JPT?
Okay.
In JPT
Place for me or?
is. As we did have, we did have. This land. And then there.
You can,
There's no.
Gary, for you to stay for.
Yeah,
Huh,
actually, it's never usually there, but.
am I supposed to say?
I think Lance got it behind you. I'm right behind you.
Where?
How about you?
Oh, look at this.
Blaine, was I supposed to sign something for Baker?
That'll be next week, yeah.
I think you did something right
you
there
just
first, or maybe
approved-
it's weren't not.
Oh, we just approved to stay with them and then next week they'll bring it in the contract.
Yeah. I don't
I'll
think
make
I'm
sure.
gonna sign Today, but yeah, maybe.
I'll double check.
Yeah, I wasn't really.
And once we figure out what we're paying,
Our
then we should
contribution.
all,
That's what we was done by the 13 times.
Don't fit in the cup.
and we sign what we want to do.
Yes.
All right, so I'm done, but on that health insurance stuff. You know, I'm thankful that the county provides it and that you guys pay for the employees.
That's a nice bit.
Regardless of what else I do with my own family based on my check,
Right.
you know, at least I have coverage and I appreciate that.
It's instead of.
It's pretty tough for the county to try to do the family.
Yeah, oh yeah, I don't see how you could do, I don't know how you can do
Yeah,
the
right.
individual. Because it's like a lot of money, I mean, I couldn't put that out myself, so
That's
I
hard.
am thankful, and I've always considered that as part of my pay package. That benefit, that's a lot of money,
Yeah.
Yeah.
so
Thanks,
thank you.
Linda. Yeah.
Thank you, Linda.
It's all your stuff.
Sorry.
Alright,
I was gonna go to the hop up over here.
even in person today.
Yeah, I wanted to show up in person. You're back from Hawaii?
It's Scott's birthday last week, and so since I get bigger all the time. Some bigger.
Hey, back now, buddy.
I know. Every time I call, I know. I wanted to come over and talk about, I guess, potential grant funding, on projects. We had a meeting, last week with, Meredith Moore with, Shee's office for the congressional delegation spending. You guys had applied for those funds last fall, which did not receive any funds, and so, the direction, I guess, was to pursue those funds again.
And I did tell Miranda the wrong
Yeah, I sent
amount
email.
for which
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
I think she got her, emailed her back to correct her that,
Yeah, I did.
Yep.
She was right back, but
to get it right, 'cause I said, what, 800,000?
yeah, you just switched them
Yeah.
from last year.
I will say, if the county has other projects that you think are more priority, you might want to consider those, because if you look at all the funding that was received, from Zinke, Sheehy, and Downing, Danes didn't, put in any CDS requests, but like there was one bridge project up in Knoxon for $10 million that they brought funding in for, so.
Well, we have that other bridge out on the middle fork, and then we have Gold Coin, that's about it. Bridge.
Yeah, I mean, you've got some repair things, which we'll talk about in a second on bridge stuff, but like big ticket projects.
Be like that South Main Road, maybe?
Potentially, or, I mean, other things, right? I don't know what, if you have courthouse issues or,
When,
you know, other things, I mean, you could apply for.
Jail has windows.
Windows for both.
I mean, you do have to get the 5 letters of support. The applications are really straightforward, for the projects, but I guess they're due the 13th of March, so we don't have much time to get in there. We can resubmit what we have, even the letters of support carryover, you know, we can get more. But I would just say, if you look at the projects that were funded, like Sheehy's projects, I mean, they're big ticket, high visuals, so they can come back and tout what they got money for, right? Like Zinke got $10 million for that bridge, he got $10 million for the wastewater treatment plant in Sealy Lake. Downing got like $4 million for a road project because it was accessing a new, you know, the mine that they have north of Forsyth. So those are the types of projects that they're trying to showcase and fund, and they're using them to buy votes. I mean, that's what that funding is. And there was, nationally, there was 14,000 CDS requests. They funded $1.3 billion with that last bill. They're looking for these high dollar projects. So, we can submit again, but I guess I wanted to, you know, just chat with the county, because if there is a higher need or higher priority, like even, you know, I know there's a flat project going along around Georgetown, but like that would have probably, the road improvements might have been a good project. I know that's already moving forward, but if there's things like that, accessing resource benefits or county issues or other things, those might be good projects.
On the, Georgetown one, I know Endicott Deer Lodge is gonna work with Senator Dane on that, so I think that might be on a separate deal, but.
Yeah, and I believe they're designing that already, because we had their firm reach out about how far down they could tie in, because I wanted them to pave over the dam and fix all that because it's in pretty poor condition, so we made that request, but I think they're working on that. And
Well, I think even a bigger one, you know, but yeah, they are doing some work.
Yep.
Georgetown Lake Road.
Yep. The dam, so that would be on the bridge aside, the dam. It's eligible, but one thing that Meredith did bring up is if it is like a reoccurring maintenance or ongoing type or, you know, request, they don't want that. They want like one and done projects, and the 300,000 for the dam, you know, half of that essentially funds this condition assessment you guys are paying, but there's gonna be stuff that falls out of that. And then there's, you know, 150,000 for these other improvements, but there's gonna be more things that come out of it. So I mean, we'll try and right around that in the application, but I'm a little worried that coming in and then seeing it as like, well, what else is gonna come out of Georgetown? If it was a big capital project needed, I think that one is a slam dunk because of its power generation, the recreation, the impact, like it's very worthwhile. It's just.
We're just doing part 12 and that, they just kinda know that's gonna come, but we need to have something that's hands-on project, you kinda say.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, we have, I mean, we know we've got like 120 some thousand in improvements, that little concrete apron, things like that, but that's just a small dollar amount. We can pursue RRG, which we'll talk about in a second. Do we want to make that request? Or, I mean, who knows if they're gonna have these
How about
applications
the
again?
dam face, and in the face of the dam there, I mean, is there stuff that's gonna be needed here coming up? We can include that, or is that?
I hope not.
Yeah.
I'm a little worried about what comes out of this condition assessment. I mean,
Yeah,
like
right.
they've said, it's a part D on steroids. They're gonna reassess everything on the dam. They're digging into all the files. There's gonna be a laundry list of things that come out of it. So a year from now, I think we would have a plan exactly on what we need to apply for CDS funds or other avenues, but right now, like, I can't put a number on it.
Well, we don't know until after they're here and then they go through
Or you need more, yeah, maybe just pull that one so that it's not seeing it over and over again and then next year go for it.
I think on the dam, yeah, I mean, I would definitely, especially because it's only 300,000, I mean, they want $1 million projects that are, showcase projects that they can bring back, so high impact to the state. So I think if we hold that one and then look at down the road what we need, I think it's better use.
We got 3 bridges that are on with the, like Stony Creek, Middleport and Gold Coin.
Yeah. You guys
That's
have,
gonna put us up in the millions.
yeah, you guys have some bigger bridges that, are nominated on the off system that we haven't really, they're very expensive, and so we haven't done anything with. We could reassess and look at that and see if anyone will apply for other bridges there.
Okay, so that is from,
One point, Missoula County is gonna team up with us to go to that would be a good opportunity, wouldn't it? Or- They haven't
They
gotten
never
back
ever
to it.
got, they never.
Yeah.
ever-
this from you guys and you get what?
Yep.
From,
Yeah, that was.
from a year ago or whatever,
Yep, this was just an update.
for which bridges were the worst.
Bridges you
Yep.
talked about?
So that Wahlberg Ranch Lane, that one's just a private one, but that
Yeah,
one
that
was
was that culvert
really.
one that we fixed it.
Then Upper Rock Creek, crossing Stony,
With Stony.
and then that, the bridge we fixed down the Clark Fork on Main Street was, I guess, priority number 3. But that
That's the
thing's,
one we just reached a couple of years, 3 years ago, we chipped it, and then now we just fixed that with a car again.
yep,
What's it rated at again? That's it's been more than $1 million, I think, if you're gonna go fix that. But see, if you put that, can you put the road involved with it to fix it, coming out of South Main? Cause that South Main road, we gotta do something with it, the one that we keep falling apart up and chipping and trying to, the one that you're talking. This guy to throw that in.
Yeah, and
That'd be $1 million there.
that bridge right in town, crossing the railroad, over the railroad tracks, that is the county bridge. Even though it's in town limits because it has perennial water through there. Cause I know at one point there was discussion of who has jurisdiction there, but it's.
Well, there's a state statute that says counties maintain them.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I mean, that's theirs all the way out to the bridge, to the main Clark Fork Bridge, and it's state from there to the highway.
Yeah.
That whole piece there, they put all that together, and fix it one time. That'd be a major job.
That would be a very good project to ask for because you'd have a big, I mean, $2 million Clarkport Bridge, you'd have that smaller bridge structure.
It was 500,000 on it, I think that time they said, that was that one, what's his name, they went after and they think it was city.
Yeah, Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's state statute that says any bridges within, the city, the town limits are maintained by the county.
Quarter, 3
Yeah.
miles there too, Jeremiah.
And look at that, the history there, it was never found where the town took over any part of that road, South Main County did.
Yeah.
So you put that on for big ticket item and then
Exactly.
then we do a second one just for the rest of the bridges or lump sum it all together for like Gold Coin and Stony and Middle Fork, all these other bridges.
Well, so I think that one would be a good one to lump together. So we'd have that section of road, so a half-mile road, 2 bridges. And then after the fairgrounds, then it becomes nicer. Or maybe we look at like an alternate route connection and that's what we sell it as. If there's something, we have some issue with
Well,
how
it was at one time, and that's why it was supposed to have been fixed by the state when the train hit that, knocked that other bridge out on the west side of it. And then they all went through and they were gonna fix everything.
Yep.
And
So I mean, that's like, I don't know, $5 million or something, right? To pave that and a couple bridges or whatever. So that's a good project that why not submit the request if you don't get money? Oh, well, but if you do, like, that's a huge
Well, I mean,
benefit.
more than that too, I mean, I think as soon as you pull that asphalt off, you're probably gonna find that material for the road bad, that's gonna be.
Oh, it's gonna be.
It's gonna need to be widened,
Yeah.
everything. I mean, it's
All that crap out of it.
Take it all out, put real road base down, put pipe run down to get it solid again.
Yep.
March 13th is the CDS.
Yep.
I
So we-
concentrate on that, Jeremiah, big time, cause we get that, I mean, it looks better than.
Yeah.
But you guys probably should do a motion and then what you wanna go for.
So we'll need to work on letters of support. I'm sure Gail will get us one and we'll need
And
some
we
other
can-
ones for that one.
We can get probably
Sure.
more letters of support, like from Kiwanis, all that, being that it's, access to the rodeo grounds and the park and the city, blah, blah, all that, we could get more.
I bet
more
MAT would
people
give us one too.
to help out.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Okay.
Make a motion that, we could go ahead with that, for that being for crossing railroad tracks all the way to the end of the bridge where it goes into the state.
And the bridges,
Yeah,
but what bridges?
well, it's that little, the old, that little bridge, what do they call it, shoot, it, Colbeck Bridge, Colbeck Bridge, is what we always called it, and then the Clarkport Bridge.
I would do a continuous connection. Let's tie in the
Yeah.
Main Street to Highway 1.
Yeah.
So that way
Yeah.
we have a full
Yeah.
designed detour route.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Essentially is what we're.
Within the state of Montana, even they'll give us a letter of support too to help out, I'm sure they will.
Yeah.
That'd be, look pretty good with them,
So would that fix the
yes,
going over the tracks too?
well, they'll fix.
That's the railroads.
Well, they have the track, the county has the surface.
But I work with them, they probably give us a letter of support too, being this up, I mean, some of the bigger outfits, it looks better.
Yep. And they don't have any, I'm not aware of any, they have some lighting there, but not official traffic control bars or anything like
There's a
that.
bar there.
Yeah, it comes down.
Is there? On
Yeah.
both sides coming into? Okay.
But we
Same
learned-
as down at Fairmount, they have one there on both ends, or not on the other, they have one, we have 3 crossings, bars.
Okay.
I did. Make a motion, we go ahead and apply for that, get in from crossing railroad tracks all the way out to Highway 1 there.
I second that.
Quick comment,
Are you talking about another one though, the other bridges as well? Like Gold Coin and.
Can't we throw in Gold Coin and, Middle Fork with it, or?
So you can, I mean, you can request whatever. I just don't know if any of those bridges are likely to get funded. I mean, I know Gold Coin, there's They're logging up there, right? Are they pulling logs out?
Not right now, but they were, then they were gonna start that mine up there too, Jeremiah, you know, we go up through Smart Creek, they were gonna start mining up in there too, and that's a lot of weight going across that bridge.
Is it moving forward? Are they gonna do that mine?
Nobody, it seems to be pretty quiet all of a sudden, so I don't know if it's, but with the prices way up, I thought, man.
Cause that would be the cell we would need is the mine, the letters for, we're gonna activate this in
It's all
27.
logged up there too, Jeremiah. That whole state piece and that other, our Forest Service piece all marked for logging that.
Yeah.
Like start coming across that bridge with 80, 81.
Yeah, comment here real quick.
Go ahead.
Elena Gagliano, for the record, can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you. I have a few questions and then I have a comment. First of all, I don't know who is speaking. I didn't hear introduction as to who was speaking.
This is Jeremiah Thays with Great West Engineering.
Oh, thank you. Okay. And let's see, I made a list. As far as the federal grants that you mentioned, do any of them require matching funding from the county?
It depends on what program they're funded for. They're just congressionally delegated spending requests. And then they will determine if awarded what program they go through, and then if there is match. So at this point in time, we can't say that there would or wouldn't be a match.
So
Yeah.
you have to apply for it, and then we'll know whether there's seed money or matching funds. Is that correct?
Yes.
In other
Okay.
words, the
Next one.
The federal way is, yeah, you know what's going on, you know what's gonna happen, not pulling the rug out from under you.
Excuse me. Okay, so my next one is I'm more concerned with the dam and Flint Creek Dam and everything involving that and the hydroelectric. The whole reason why we do all the repairs is because of the hydroelectricity that's generated. And here's my comment or question. Do any of you know of any benefits that we, the taxpayer, the residents of Granite County get from that hydroelectric generation? Are our bills getting lower? Anything like that?
But like, this is Blaine. Well, the original thought on why the county commission wanted to take it over, whether it was correct or not, was to have control there to make sure that, everything was being balanced there, including, irrigation. So, that was the original thought from the commission, whether they were right or wrong, I don't know, but, to have that control with the commission and make sure that all the different, stakeholders are considered.
Well, thank you, because I have been involved with this, as you all know, since the beginning, and we have never gotten any benefits out of it. As a matter of fact, we probably won't. It's costing, this is for the record, it's costing us more money to retain this thing than we're getting any benefits. And when we do take it over, 25 years from the date we agreed, it's going to be outdated and probably has to be replaced. So that's for the record. As far as the congressional grants, there is always some detail, the small print. So for the record, I'm not too happy about that. Thank you.
All right, one response back to that with this Blaine would be that, apply for it now and see where you get, then you can decide then versus just not
You don't have
applying
to.
for it. That's sticking your head in the sand and, you know.
We don't have to take it either.
Yeah, there can.
We gotta do something on this stuff.
And I disagree with that. It's, if the dam, controlling the dam has helped local irrigators and landowners, then it has been a benefit, so I totally disagree with
All right, so back to where we were,
So
so,
motion to go ahead with it.
well, do you wanna put like gold, extra, you know, gold coin and the rest of this in, or just stick with the South Main and bridges down there?
I'm just afraid that, you know, we've talked about that though, you know, and they kind of shy away from that. I think, guy, but let's just go for the major, you know, that's gonna be a couple $1 million or better. And it looked better trying to redo that whole thing than a couple $60,000 to $150,000 bridges.
Yep, no, I agree. And I will mention that this last legislative cycle, House Bill 924, that was that kind of comprehensive funding thing they put together at the end. They did set aside $10 million for bridge replacements, for county bridge replacements. And Jason Riddle's working on kind of what that request is going to be.
Okay.
So I want to keep that in mind for some of these other smaller bridges that, you know, like Gold Coin. I mean, you know, it's 600,000-800,000 or whatever to fix that. Maybe that's a request to that program. You know, we utilize that. There is the MSEP program, the old TSEP, Montana Coal Endowment Program. Unfortunately, as it is right now, Gold Coin, they have 5 levels of priority in MSEP, 5 being the worst. That bridge is only a level 2. With our inspection of it, I think we can get the deck rating down to a 5, which would make it a level 3. So it's like kind of on the bubble whether you can even get funded there, but it is a need. I mean, as soon as you have mining traffic, there's some improvements, safety issues for sure. Yeah, so I think there's some opportunity there that maybe we don't replace the whole bridge, but we can, you know, we widen, add curb, or not curb, but railing, safety issues, slopes, things like that to make it safer, where there's some other funding opportunities versus that request. So I think, yes, we could apply for a pile of bridges. I don't know, you know, how far we're gonna get. Do we wanna spend that time on it?
Yeah. You just wanna restate your motion.
I'll make a motion as we go ahead and apply to the grants on the South Main, both bridges, all the way to Highway 1.
I'll second that.
Including the roadway and bridge road. Okay.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion
Aye.
carried, passed.
Aye.
Okay, the other item I had was this spring, the DNRC is gonna take applications for the Renewable Resource Grant Loan Program, which is the funding that we had stripped away last time. I think the county should reapply. We need a match commitment. We didn't have it last time, but now it is in the application that you have to have match commitment. Those applications are due May 15th. But we still have those deficiencies we need to address. So I think it's worthwhile because it was the #1 irrigation project until they got stripped. I think there's still, nothing's changed. It should still rank pretty high. And if the county does commit to some funds, which you don't need to do now, well, before the application goes in, you'll talk percentage you want to commit to it, but I think you've got a good shot at getting that.
Yeah, I don't think we want to ignore that. I think we better go ahead and knock after it. This time we won't wait, so, you know, and then by the end, maybe we can look about them a little better, have an update and see what we need to do or what, you know, so we're all on the same page.
Yep.
Yeah, I put a match in your motion, like the 10 to 20% range, or what do you advise?
Well, I think at this point, all they have to do is motion for us to move forward with the application. I'll get a task order because there's fee for us to get that comprehensive application. I need a trip. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I've been stuck at home. You guys haven't got.
That was in his lunch, by the way.
I agree. I think we just go for it and then we know there's gonna be a match and just to come out and tell me there is gonna be a match, we're not quite sure. But at least we're going after it. If it's only, 10% on whatever, it's still cheaper than what we can dig out of something else to make it go.
Your motion could be, approve it with, understanding there'll be a reasonable match required.
I have to look back in the application. I don't know that minimum percentage and it is scalable, like the more you put in, the higher they're gonna rank. So I wanna, because we applied 2 years ago, I wanna update our cost estimate, look at that, and then we can make a recommendation on percentage at the time. I mean, I think it'll be around that 20% or so. I think
it was.
You were gonna commit 30%, I think, wasn't it?
I have to think, yeah, we did agree, once we knew that they were the match, or we did say that in the, committee here.
Yeah.
The county commission approved that.
And still, it's a lot cheaper than us trying to come out of our own, trying to, do it.
Yeah.
I'll make the motion that we go ahead and apply for the DNRC grant again, knowing that there is gonna be a match. We're not quite sure what it is until we update, but this way it's a knowing match to the public that we're gonna have to come up with some money too, if we get it.
Yeah.
I'll second that.
Public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Okay. I'll get a task order for that. The CDS requests are pretty straightforward. We'll just work with Miranda and get her.
That was the 13th.
Yeah.
That DNRC one is May 15th, so we've got some time on that. But we gotta update everything. We'll have to have another public meeting. It can be at a county meeting, but we'll take public comment on that project again. Just because those are components of the grant application we need to address.
Sounds good.
Okay, so those are the kind of the funding things I wanted to talk about. Last week we had our meeting again with Burke on the conditional assessment, and I don't think we won't really know a lot until after June when we do the on-site inspections and
It's kind of you know that something's coming, but we don't know what until they get there.
They're digging into everything. I mean, I've had to request, like Dowell did you guys' probable maximum flood years ago. I had to request like their hydraulic modeling, all the software and everything they've done there. They're digging into everything, old geology reports. So everything that we had went through and scanned all the county files. So I have everything in PDF form electronically. I mean, we've pretty much given them everything. So
Is it idea to have knowledge or to see if there's mistakes were made? Or is it both?
It's a fresh set of eyes reassessing everything, all the way back through the design reports to see if something was missed. Yep, so they
covering all their other stuff that they didn't cover when they had that, we're all paying for their mistake.
So, they go back through. Now it is only once every, is it 15 years? Once every third cycle. So you still have, after this, then 5 years from now, we'll have a part 2. There'll be a 5-year part 12D and then another part 12D, and then you have that comprehensive assessment down the road. It's FERC.
Do you need back on the agenda on March 10th for the
13th day?
Yeah, so prior to the 13th?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, there's no signature or whatever, but I think it would be good for you guys to review the application and make sure you're comfortable with that CDS.
Yeah, we need to look it over and that way,
Yep.
We'll have to get our letters of support.
Yep.
I'll get a
That's a big
sample letter
application.
together.
Okay.
And then, I'll have Craig Erickson email that over, so we can start working on that, because that is a requirement, we have to have that.
Five of them.
Yep.
You said you can reuse ones, but.
Well, if we were submitting for the other projects, we
okay.
could reuse
It's gonna be all
those.
new.
Gotta be all new.
South Main, that's all be new, that
Yep.
just throw the movies out for now.
Yep.
I think we have better chance.
And then I guess if something else comes up, well, there's not a whole lot of time, but if you guys all of a sudden, you think of another project that would be worthwhile, you can apply up to 3. But the county has to prioritize those 3, and you have to list which ones are gonna be your priority, and they're doing that because if you look at the list, nobody got, more than.
Well, that's a big deal there now. I know we get a bunch of people write letters to.
The Drummond schools for the South Main too, they use the park
Oh,
for
yeah.
certain things, right?
Well, the rodeo, the Legion and.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Kiwanis, baseball, all that, yeah.
Yep.
Gotta just start
Baseball,
reaching out to everybody we can think of, and then that, just if we think of names, write them down, and then we'll start calling them. We can do that before we meet on the 13th or the 10th.
Yeah,
Yeah, we'll have that.
yep.
Just get a bunch of letters, it's gonna help. Yep. Fire department,
Yeah.
ambulance, all that.
Sure.
Just,
Yeah, sure.
yeah, fire, ambulance. Schools. Just residents. Railroad.
County, yeah.
Yeah, the railroad can be.
Yep.
Especially, the railroad, cause they're really big, and, yeah. Then it's. They got tanks over there, wrecking yard. That little road is busy as doozy.
Yeah.
Ah.
Okay, that's all I had.
Thanks.
Yes.
Good seeing you.
I'll give you that back.
Yeah, put it up there for the rainy days when I need it.
Okay.
Limping?
I had my ACL fixed
Oh, that's okay.
4 months ago.
AC?
Yeah, heard it on the third word.
You know what? It was my dirt bike.
Actually, they're.
Yeah, you called it.
Yeah, I don't know, I might be hanging that one up, because after number 3 on the knees, it's getting old, so, yeah. It just the sitting, it's not bad when I'm moving around, but just the sitting. Yeah, I was limping on the way up and then all right, walking around a bit and then just sitting for that 30 minutes, it gets, so.
Thanks, bud.
Okay, yep, take care, we'll get,
Good seeing you.
we'll be in touch, yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Hopefully, well, that'd be something, get back for that road, fix it all the way.
Yeah.
Fix it right.
Fix it right.
Right, coming out Drummond after you cross the road, the old Colbat Bridge hill. It's just a little, it's like 12 foot long. It's the one we just redid, put the planking on and we sealed it, put shipping.
I want chocolate.
There's a cookie.
I know, I didn't get the lunch, I'm sorry.
All right, we'll, move on to stream flow operations with USGS. There's a couple of you on.
Yep, Carol and Madison.
Yes, hello, good afternoon. I'll quickly introduce myself and let Madison introduce her. And we prepared some slides since I'm a really visual person. I figured it would just be easier to show you and walk you through a few things than just arm wave. So we'll see, we usually use Teams rather than Zoom. So we'll see if we can figure out how to share everything and get a PowerPoint to actually work well. As I said, my name is Cheryl Miller, and I am the acting branch chief for the Hydrologic Networks branch of the USGS in Wyoming and Montana for our Water Science Center. And that's the role I play. Madison, I'll go ahead and let you introduce yourself.
Sure. Madison May. I'm also at the USGS Wyoming Montana Water Science Center. I sit in our Helena office, and I kind of support Cheryl with managing agreements and also play a role on our data management side, making sure all the stream gauge data makes it to the public and all the behind the scenes stuff.
All right, with that, I'm going to attempt to share my screen and start the presentation. Like I said, it's really not a presentation. It's just a few slides to maybe be a little bit more informative about what you're looking at. It says select window. I already did. Are you guys seeing anything then yet?
Yeah, we were seeing something. That's always up, isn't it? That's always on now. Yeah. Cause remember.
So are you seeing my presentation?
Yeah, yep, we got it.
Okay, great. All right, so we already went through slide 1. All right, slide 2. The main reason we wanted to just really have this conversation is based on a letter we received back in January, and you all had questions about the funding agreement, the payment plans, how we do data collection, and how we can communicate the visits. So Madison and I just put a few things together, and we thought we'd give you some information on this. A lot of this, some of this we can do modifications of. Some of it is standardized because it's all USGS. But I'll go ahead and let Madison take that particular slide.
All right, so just kind of work through or outline the process of joining into a joint funding agreement and how all that works. So we usually start out by sending what we call a scope of work that outlines the sites, the parameters, the timeline, and the cost for the work in the upcoming year. And so we had sent a scope of work to Miranda Williams, I believe, back in mid-January to verify if Granite County wanted to continue supporting and funding that work or any changes to the scope. And so once we settle on the scope of work, then we would prepare the joint funding agreement, which we would send over for final review and signature. And so federal law dictates that we have to have a joint funding agreement in place and signed prior to starting work. So that's kind of where we're at right now with the Flint Creek agreement. We've sent over the scope and talking through kind of what all is involved in the gauge in the next couple of slides. And once we hear back from you guys that you would like to continue, then we can send over that joint funding agreement. As far as the invoicing and billing, for agreements under a certain dollar amount, we typically just send one invoice for the total agreement amount for that year. And so for reference, last year in 2025, we sent out the invoice in May and received payment a couple months later. We do have some flexibility in when we can set up that invoice to go out. So if there's a preference of it coming either before or after the state fiscal year on July 1st, like we can work with you guys on that and whatever billing schedule would work for you all. And that's all I have on that slide, unless you have anything to add, Cheryl.
No, I was going to open it up to see if you all had, this was our only slide on the funding agreement and the payment process. So if anybody of the commissioners had a question on that, this is probably a good place to ask that.
No, we're all good here.
Okay. All right. So one of the items noted in that letter was to see if we could have information about when the site is operated. This is something that automatically happens when you look at our stream gauge data online. You can see where the arrow is pointing that it is noted that the site is operated seasonally. It notes the dates that we typically have been operating it. So that gets updated whenever those scopes of work come in. You can see right now the data down in this area is crosshatched because it's from the last week. I'm showing here 7 days worth of data. I'm showing the data for this last week, and it's all crosshatched because those data are currently offline because it is not transmitting because it's the seasonal operation. So that is actually already on there, and that's automatically added by USGS. As far as looking at the data and the collection and the timing and the visits. So if we want to look at what happened last year, we can, when you're at that same site, when you go from clicking 7 days to 1 year, it will bring up an entire year's worth of data. And the way you get to see it is you scroll down to this continuous data section and click on the thing that says graph it. That changes it from what's typically a default up there, which is the gauge height. And then that shows you what the discharge actually is for that period of time. So I'll show the next slide, and this is the discharge that occurred during last year's time period, along with showing when the site turned, essentially we turned the transmissions on and we had data being transmitting. These little circles up there show you when we visited the sites, and Madison will talk a little bit more about how those site visits are used in the last, when she talks about the how we actually get the data onto the web pages. But if you want to see more information about when the sites were visited and what happened during that time period, you can go then slide down again and click on this field measurements section right here and graph it, and then it'll pull up a piece there that just only has those 3 dots. So let me go back here. So it'll pull up something that only shows those 3 dots. And when you have those 3 dots shown, then it'll give you, if you click on this one right here, say, it'll give you oops, I have this in my way. I don't think it's in your way, but it'll show you the up at the top, it'll tell you what data occurred. There's the value it was, and there's what the provisional status is. So that's, those are, I realize I'm pointing to that dot right down there, but I clicked on the one that was from May 14th. It'll tell you the date and time too. So I really should have this arrow, whoops. I should have the arrow pointed to the date it actually was. If I'd clicked on that and taken a screenshot, then that would have told you it was that that measurement was actually collected on like November 15th. So that's how you can find out the visits, what data were recorded during those visits, and what time they were happening at that time. So I'll go ahead and let Madison talk about the next couple slides, and then we can talk about kind of your third request in the letter is to talk a little bit about communication of visits. But I wanted to just give Madison a chance to talk about a little bit about how we operate our stream gauges and how those visits play a role in ensuring we have quality data online. So I'll go ahead and send it to you, Madison.
Sure. Yeah, so this is just kind of a general overview. 2 important terms we use in stream gauging is stage and stream flow. Stage is often interchangeably referred to as gauge height, and this is simply just the height of the water above some arbitrary local datum at the site. And generally it's roughly the water depth, but not always the case depending on the datum that was used when the site was established. Stream flow, on the other hand, also referred to as discharge, is the actual volume of water moving past over a certain unit of time. And so in the USGS, we use cubic feet per second for that unit for stream flow. Go to next slide.
Okay, and now I have lost the, oh, there it is. Okay, sorry, I lost my arrows.
So this is kind of general overview of a stream gauge, where there's generally some small structure next to the side of the river, and there's a sensor that runs from the structure down into the river, and that sensor is measuring the gauge height, and it's connected to a small, basically, computer with a radio that's measuring and recording that information every 15 minutes. And then hourly, that data is transmitted via satellites back to national headquarters and encoded, decoded, and updated on our websites that Cheryl was showing pictures of earlier. So generally every hour you'll be able to get a refresh of the last 4 15-minute readings. Every 6 to 8 weeks, our technicians are on site verifying that stage sensor is reading accurately and performing maintenance and calibrating it. And then they're also performing a manual measurement of the stream flow using a couple different methods we utilize, like the weighting measurement in this photo. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So kind of bringing it all full picture, we have our stream gauges that are measuring the gauge height continuously and transmitting that data. So that's kind of the image in the top left showing the gauge height time series. That data set is calibrated with our visits when staff are on site and verifying it's reading correctly or making adjustments to the data if it has drifted off. That gauge height data is then used in conjunction with what we call a rating model, which converts the gauge height or the stage to the stream flow. And that relationship is site specific and it can vary over time. So that's why it's important we're making those manual measurements to verify and calibrate that stage discharge relationship. So kind of moving over to the far right photo, bringing it all together. The stream gauges out there are measuring the stage, transmitting that data. That calibrated gauge height data set is ran through the rating model, and then that's producing the continuous record of stream flow or discharge that again has been calibrated with our recent measurements that you can see with the dots on the graph. So that kind of brings it full picture. That's all I had on that, unless you have anything to add, Cheryl, or if you want to answer any questions that anyone might have on kind of the general overview of the stream gauges.
Yeah, that covered it. So we just wanted to kind of give you a sense of like how the site's operated and why we visit when we visit. And it is both to ensure instrumentation is working correctly, and then it's also, like Madison said, to ensure that that rating model is actually still accurate, because they are natural channels, so they can move. And so we're constantly keeping an eye on them to make sure that they are accurate. But this is a key point, is that we don't have to be on site to feel confident that the discharge information that you can receive online is accurate, because we're doing all these things in the background to make sure that what you're seeing is what's happening on site. So I guess with that, I can either stop sharing, or if there was a slide you wanted to go back to, we're hoping that kind of helped understand the process and answered some of your questions. And I guess it just leave the floor open to you to see what you might else want to know.
Yeah, I mean, that was good, thorough and everything. You know, any other commissioners have anything to?
No, just that.
Well, there are issues like between
No, we had
this
some,
and their.
sounds like they got them cleaned up, but just when we get the readings and, you know, just stay in communication with us so we can let the people know. We get a lot of questions on that.
Electric at Southern Cross is not, it's just during the irrigation season.
Yeah.
And then, you guys had a question on invoicing, I thought, but maybe.
She explained
Okay,
it.
okay.
No, I think we're good. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, so the question is the one about communication is that obviously when we're operating a network of like 300 or 400 sites within the two states, we have a schedule that we, you know, Madison said 5 to 8 weeks is about how often we go out to the sites, but that can adjust based on where there's, you know, priorities in other areas. If like we have a flooding happening, we might take it from, we might have planned to be there at 5 weeks, but now we need to go out there and adjust that where we are visiting. So it's really hard to predict. Other than that window, it's very hard to predict when we might be on site. So I guess I wanted to make sure that, I mean, you all can look to see when we've been there, and but I just wanted to make sure that we were on the same page as what that communication about site visits, what you were wondering about, or just making sure we address that.
Yeah, it's just that, just when you go out and recalibrate and do the stuff, just so we know that when the people ask us that we can, you know, explain to them that you've been there and what you did. Cause we had a few people ask and question you what you do, so this was good. Hopefully they were on. Yeah.
Okay, so that they would be, they can see everyone. I mean, that was the general public web page I had up there, so everybody can see when we've been out there, if any adjustments get made. And you know, if you have individuals have questions or concerns, you can email Madison or me, and we'll field it to the best of our abilities and pass it on if need be. But I think the site has been set up in a manner that people should, it's not always intuitive, but folks should be able to get all the information that they're looking for if they get onto those web pages.
Sounds good to me. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
For showing us.
All right. Well, with that, I guess just to, with this conversation then, are you guys comfortable then for us to send the funding agreement to you at this time?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And like Madison said, if it's better to have you be billed ahead of time or after time or whenever that is, we can adjust that. Like some people need fiscal years, some people need a certain amount of work completed before we send the invoices in. So if you have anything specific, just please go ahead and just put that in the email back to her, and we'll handle it from there.
Fine, I guess they probably just wanted to update and touch bases with you, because we haven't talked to you for a long, long time. Everybody's on the same page, I think I'm good. Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. And we're glad to be your partners.
Have a good day.
All right. Thank you. You too.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So I guess I'll entertain a motion to. Is that what the man's decision
Well,
was?
I'd wait till a funding agreement comes, I think, yeah,
Would you for that?
yeah,
Yeah.
there's some.
And with that, we'll just be taking a short recess and then we'll have a closed session at 1.
You guys are.
All right, we're back from our personal or closed matter. We were gonna be going through a walkthrough with TCS on courthouse for the next 15 minutes, and we'll be back on air at 2 for the agenda item with the hospital board.
You guys needed the water.
Yeah.
Use the elevator to go up the stairs, or did you walk?
I walked.
Because like lost parties are outside.
Yeah, they're all building the elevator.
Yeah.
It is very
There's a telephone in there.
All right, we're back on here. Sorry, we're running late a little bit, but just waiting for the rest of the other two commissioners to kind of get back from the walkthrough here, and then we'll get started. Lost him.
Elevator takes a long time to go up and down.
And so.
Like a minute or?
You don't even feel like you're moving. That was kind of what freaked me out.
They might
You really said it was
adjust that,
pretty
well,
slow.
they might bring that up, they can speed it up or.
Says it's close.
Hydraulics.
Hmm.
It's for the smooth ride. I don't.
Yeah.
Personally said good.
Well, the Blanche right behind us. Where's Blanche? Where's Scott? Find Scott at all? Still upstairs.
A long day. His mom's sitting there.
Yeah, they didn't even take a lunch.
Just phones right now.
At least when you get started playing, two
Uh,
of us, or I don't know where he is.
I think, I mean, they wanted to, yeah, I wanted to have this to go to Commissioner Albert, I think. Well.
I don't know where he did it.
This is twice now.
Do you think, on that backhoe, we just code that back to capital project, or should I ask Sarah? The payment,
Call it what?
put the payment to capital project? Do you know where?
No, because capital project is that you're just saving. And, no, it is from the road, right? Sale of fixed assets.
Yeah, fixed asset, okay. Is it rent or
What
something?
we're gonna, I know what we're gonna do, we're gonna pay back. Pilt with it because we used borrowed Pilt to buy the new one. So probably just give it,
Cash receipted into the,
So Sarah, you probably asked Becky if she has something ready where it's supposed to go.
Yeah, if not, then I can shoot her an email, she's reviewing. Cause we can always do a JV to put it back into Hamilton from the receipt in, so it shows the receipt in.
Yeah. Did we do two different places for the backhoe? For the solid waste, did we take it from just Pilt, and so we're paying Pilt back with the loan, cause there's a loan accounts receivable, so that should be, Sarah should have had that set up.
Yeah, I'm not. I'll just email her and double check. I know she said she would shoot me back and forth, so. You know, you want to answer.
Right.
I just want to give you an for the end of the month.
Cause we're doing a do to and do from. Solid waste is going to pay back the balance to Pilt. And I'm thinking, where did he go? Where did you go?
I saw some more issues up there.
Oh, you were eating. So on the backhoe, it's going to Pilt, correct? Because we borrowed money from Pilt
For the backhoe.
for the solid waste, and
Yeah.
then,
That's what the resolution, the resolution talked about.
That's what we said,
Yeah.
whatever money we got for. we
and
put
then
back
whatever's
in.
left, solid waste is gonna make payments back.
Correct.
Alright, so we got all three commissioners back, so we can go ahead and get started with the meeting with the Granite County Hospital District update. So. I guess you guys come up and introduce yourselves and.
I'm Dave Warden, I'm a member of the Board of Trustees.
Could you speak up just a little bit?
Yeah. My name's David Warden, I'm a new member of the Board of Trustees. And,
My name is Doris Gilbertson, and I'm an older member of the Board of Trustees in more ways than one.
Brian, who's the CEO of Granite County Medical Center. So the last, actually a month, a little over, we've had significant input from an organization called Critical Access Hospital Solutions, and Steve McNeese and Laura Austin are online, and it was very rewarding actually, and that there were a lot of things that we were not doing well in terms of taking advantages of payments that can be made to critical access hospitals. And so Steve's gonna present their recommendations and is gonna be an active participant in instituting those changes with your guys' permission. I'll turn it over to you, Steve.
Okay, thank you. I'm Steve McNeese. This is Laura Austin. We own Cost Solutions Group. We're a healthcare consulting company that specializes in rural hospitals. We have been engaged in many rural hospitals across Montana. And typically they are facilities that are distressed in one way or another. And our role is to provide them with consultation and how to get out of the situation that they're in. We've had tremendous success in the communities that we've been involved with. A recent example is in Mineral County, Montana, Superior specifically. Very similar sized town and community, very similar challenges financially and operationally at the hospital. And they are very much a success story now. They had very limited cash in order to make payments when we were first involved. And now I think they have
about 5 million.
About 5 million in the bank. It's interesting when we start working with them on looking at long-term investments, and that is something that they had never had to consider previously. So we have done this before. There are a lot of strengths at Granite County Medical Center and the community in particular that I want to start with. It is a very dedicated workforce. Laura and I basically interviewed as many employees and department directors as possible, the medical staff, every board member. And the workforce is very committed. Now, they have some frustrations that, we acknowledge, but they are very committed to the organization, and that's a real strength. Just coming through Phillipsburg, you can kind of sense this vibrancy that is in downtown Phillipsburg, and that's really awesome. It's a strength that, we see in terms of helping a facility turn around, is having a vibrant, growing community with new people and new dollars actually flowing into the area. There seems to be, like part of our assessment, a lot of community concern about the well-being, the functioning of the hospital. And again, that's a tremendous strength that the community members care about it. And they are concerned about, how is the hospital operating? How is it functioning? Are there things that could be better? Because again, in our impression, the community wants to have a hospital locally. There is a very dedicated and very knowledgeable board of directors. And we're not just saying that because they're board members in the room, but it is true. It is a very, very knowledgeable group with, attorneys and physicians, community members, people with great experience both in healthcare and the public sector. So there's a lot of things that we look at externally to the hospital in terms of indicators of, can this hospital be turned around? Those things are all very positive. So we have tremendous hope in the organization. We were consulted, contracted by the board to do a top to bottom assessment of the organization and to make recommendations to the board in terms of our findings. And we have provided that to the board of directors, and they are just going through the process of kind of digesting that material, and they will do their own internal process of, how do they move forward with that. There were three really critical areas right off the bat that we suggested that the board think about and attend to before any of the other recommendations, because some of the recommendations are, they're granular, they're small, there's things that can be improved, but some of them are big. And these three initial ones we want to share with you today. The first is that they're in a negative cash flow position. And so that means that they're essentially expending more funds than they're bringing in monthly. And to look at a hospital facility turnaround, it takes some time. That this turnaround doesn't happen in 30 or 60 days. It simply takes time. And so I know the board administration is very appreciative to the commissioners and to the community for supporting the hospital during this troubled time. It's not really a request, I guess our information to the commissioners is that we think the hospital will continue to need some support for a period of time. We do think that there will be improvements that will be noticeable almost immediately. But part of the nature of how the federal government, as you know, pays, compensates, it simply takes time. If the hospital was full today of patients, Laura's the financial expert, but it may take us 6 months or more to get that funding back through the organization.
Yeah, again, the way the critical access hospitals are reimbursed is, as you may know, like on an interim basis, and then it's settled biannually or annually. And so a challenging part for these turnarounds is really making those changes that affect those interim rates. And then when it's the next cost report settled, you have an adjustment there, and it really takes a couple of years to actually stabilize your interim rate. And so you have big spikes and big valleys as these changes occur. So yeah, I just want to reiterate, this is not something that cash flow wise, turns around in a couple of months.
We had conversations with local bankers, Matt, very supportive.
We lost our speakers.
I'm sorry.
We lost you. I think it's on our end. Is he still talking?
Are we back?
Oh. We got you there, yeah. Yes.
Yeah, we can see you and hear you.
Sure. Just lost that one. We got this one. Yeah, you go on. We got speakers again.
So again, I think having local bankers that care about the community, and there's a long way to go, with the bank, I'm not trying to put any pressure there. But we working with Brian, are looking at so many funding opportunities so that not all of this kind of falls on the county and the public, but we are looking for other options. The second big area that we think that there is opportunity is simply how the hospital itself is organized and structured. How many administrative staff do we have? Where are employees allocated on the organizational chart? And if you're not in healthcare, that might sound like, what difference does that make? But the way that Medicare reimburses, it reimburses at different rates depending on which department an employee is in at the hospital. And so, as Dr. Warden shared earlier, there are opportunities to simply redeploy staff and increase Medicare reimbursement. Now, as Laura said, that reimbursement only happens every 6 to 12 months. And so it, again, is not an immediate payback when we simply shift staff in the organization. The third area, and it's kind of related, just has to do with human resource management and human resource policies and procedures. And, there isn't a human resource technician at the hospital. And so it spreads individuals really thin in terms of their work responsibilities. So we see an opportunity with some human resource policies and procedures that are very fixable, easy fixes that we think the board can attend to rather quickly. So those are kind of three big global areas that, instead of looking at all the again, small granular sort of improvements, these are three big areas that we've suggested that the board evaluate. Let me stop with that and see if Laura has something to add on the financial side.
Yeah, really everything that we identified in regard to recommendations, really when you look upstream from that, comes back to these three things. And so I think, Steve's right in really having the board focus on these three, because we really can't start working on the granular level items until these upper level things are taken care of.
In many ways, the financial outcomes are outcomes of upstream organizational activities. And so our focus is on the upstream organizational activities so that the finances turn around. And one of the primary things is, and this is very common, we see it every organization we go in that's in financial distress, is they start to focus primarily on the finances. And in many ways, by focusing on patient care, quality patient care, improving the standing reputation of the hospital in the local community, it has such a powerful impact on the finances. So I think the board is really going to focus on the quality of care at the hospital and the relationship with the employees and with the community. And again, I'll kind of stop with this. If there's any questions that or areas that the board want to add to, or any questions that we can answer. But thank you for listening. Thank you for given the hospital the opportunity to improve, we think that there's great hope at Granite County Hospital District.
So, this is Blaine. You talked about, I had to step out there, sorry, about potentially wanting some commitments from the commission before you proceeded forward and, working with the hospital more. Is that correct?
Well, it's really just that if, the hospital is going to need some support for some period of time to turn around. That's just the reality of it. I mean, if for some reason the commission decided to not support the hospital doesn't have days cash on hand to support itself. So there really wouldn't be any reason to have any expense or energy on our part, because you'd be looking at a completely different set of dynamics if the hospital simply couldn't, pay its bills.
That makes us feel kind of crappy. Because if we didn't support and you're not gonna help them, you're kind of throwing it at us. That's not right.
Yeah,
I think he's saying that, if they don't have the county support, it's gonna dissolve, is what he's saying.
Yeah, but
So,
It's just moral support or financial support. I think both. I believe both.
And I think if I can put that kind of a little bit in perspective, Steve and I have talked a lot. Currently, going back to the letter that you issued back in December, that gave till basically the end of May to kind of get things turned around. So the commitment was there to keep, paying warrants and in working with us. And I think that commitment is still there. Nobody's indicated that it's not. In fact, the letter indicator was. I think that's one of Steve's concerns, is that commitment still there? We're looking at alternative funding, multi-resource that we hear about we're pursuing. Blaine mentioned the InterCap. I've already got an application into them. Steve's looking at some other things. The local bank has been good to us. So we're looking at things, and as this moves down the road and we get some of these other things in place, it'll help that negative balance. And if we can continue the support that we currently have, and then, add to that the additional financing we get, I think that's what we're basically asking.
So that's the line. The county's policy that's been in place is that the hospital district gets line of credit and pay, and the county doesn't basically act as a bank here. I think there's going to be potentially what they're saying, I think, is delaying getting that. Is the county willing to work with them until there's a solution found, or you're working towards that solution? My thoughts is potentially, if the county going to do that, to have a plan on where they're going to be at 6 months and where they're at in a year. NACO's brought up the idea of potentially the interest that's charged. It's basically, I would think equivalent to potentially a long-term CD, something of that nature. Ashley can talk about that, but I think that's something for the interim, for the commission to look at.
And I'd like to emphasize what Brian said. There are loan systems within the state that can provide substantial amount of money, I mean, more than enough to get us out of debt if they approve our request.
I'd like to make a comment. My name is Doris Gilbertson, and some of you know my history with the hospital. In 1993, I came to Granite County and worked as their director of nursing. At that time, the long-term care unit was there, as well as a certified hospital. Within a few months of my time being there, the hospital was decertified due to deficiencies not corrected in the first survey. During my tenure, during that period of time, the long-term care certifiers came in to do a survey. We lost our certification as a hospital, which means we had no payment from Medicare or Medicaid for 6 weeks. There was no money coming in. We had the support of this commissioners throughout that team. And I have always deeply appreciated what you have done for this community. I had a staff that worked effortlessly to bring things together. We not only recertified as a hospital, which is pretty tough to do in a small rural community with limited staffing, but the support from the county commissioners as well as the community, and above all, the staff that worked together to make it happen. You know, we not only had this community, but I had help from outside of the community with long-term care rules and regulations, as well as hospital rules and regulations. So what I'm trying to say, there is an old African saying that it takes a community to raise a child. And it's going to take this group as well as our community to help us work through this process. I'm deeply appreciative of what I have experienced in the past. And I continue to ask for that support.
So one thing in 1993, you were not a hospital district, you were under the umbrella of the county.
Yes. Yeah.
So just so you know that.
Yeah.
Yeah. One thing I'd say is I agree with you. I mean, I voted for that up there to have the long-term care and have the ER clinic. I think if we looked at our community without that, it'd be different. I mean, it's definitely a great benefit. Second though, I'd say, and I said it before, I don't think the county is the savior here. I think you guys gotta save yourselves and implement these changes and show the commission that you're gonna implement those changes and get it going, show the community is one want to see it. And then, the county could be definitely part of that to make sure that, you don't have the rug pulled out from under you. They give you some time, but, I guess it's, telling the commission what the plan is and that, you'll follow through with it.
Yeah, and I think the fact that we have rebounded, we went from a hospital to a medical assistance facility to a critical access hospital from that period of time when I was there till today. I mean, I give a lot of credit to this community as well as the commissioners for keeping healthcare alive in Granite County.
And Brian Usilcio, and I greatly appreciated the support that this group has given me as a CEO over the 3 years I've been there. And everybody is committed 100% to the changes that Steve and Laura have recommended and are outlined, and the entire group is behind that. And just a little point to kind of piggyback off of Doris's tale. We just had a month and a half ago a state licensing survey and 0 deficiencies. So, I mean, the staff there does a tremendous job of making it work. And I don't know if you guys know, but I submitted my retirement notice to the Board of Trustees, and my last day will be the end of May. It's been a planned retirement. I just haven't said anything to anybody, but after 41 years in healthcare, I decided to hang it up. So that will be, hopefully I'll be continue to work and support everything. That's my mission, is to support this and make it work for the rest of my contract.
Congratulations.
We got comment on the board here. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Great, thank you. This is Jen Walters.
Camera on.
You get your camera on, please.
Oh, sorry, 1 second. You guys are killing me with the video today. I have a question, and maybe Brian or one of the board of director members can answer it. It sounds like maybe Steve could probably jump in as well, since everyone's been looking at the financials and talking about negative cash flow and what the hospital can do to, like Blaine just said, help themselves. Can someone tell us what the current outstanding amount of receivables is? Anyone?
It's about 1.6, 1.7 million.
How much?
1.6 to 1.7 million dollars.
Okay, and talking about Medicaid or Medicare reimbursement, is there a certain percentage of that or a certain dollar amount that is what you guys are waiting to be reimbursed from the federal government?
Yes, there is. Unfortunately, I don't have that data with me at the moment. Usually it's majority of it's Medicare and Medicare Advantage plans. That's the primary payers for us. So that's 60, 70, 80% of that is Medicare and Medicare Advantage.
Hey, commissioners.
Yep.
Laura probably has some info on this.
Yeah, I can speak a little bit on this. So, Jen, actual gross outstanding AR is about 2.3 million, and Brian is right. You know, with about the 1.6 is what they figure is collectible after what they're allowing for bad debt, etc. When we did our thorough analysis, we went through with the staff and actually looked at the detailed accounts to actually look and see, you know, what is really collectible out here. And there were a few that, you know, had some issues, but we felt like we were going to go ahead and be able to collect on those. And we found that almost half, it was 45% or something like that of total outstanding insurance claims were in seven claims. And so, you know, the AR can come down substantially with the payment of those 7 claims. And what we found through our analysis as well is that all of those claims, with the exception of one that was outstanding with Blue Cross, were relatively current. And so really what we need to do and what Steve's expertise is in is, you know, building business. And so I think a lot of the information was, you know, we need to do a better job of collecting our AR. And I agree there's improvements to be made there, but the mass majority of the money was relatively current with one Blue Cross that was outstanding. So we felt actually pretty good about the state of the accounts receivable, that it was relatively collectible and relatively new. So I hope that answers your question.
It definitely does help. When you say the accounts receivable, that many of them that could be collected on are relatively recent, is that like 30 days, 60 days, 90? What is that?
Yeah, they were all, with the exception of the one Blue Cross claim, there was actually 2 claims that was out there and held up over a medical record issue. All of the rest were under, I believe, 90 days. And really were within, I think there was one that was in 0 to 30 and maybe 2 or 3 that were in the 60-day bucket. But yeah, all relatively new and well under 90 days, the big ones.
Okay. And maybe this pertains to the comment about reorganizing or redeploying some of the staff. I know the hospital struggles with staffing a lot, but do they currently have a person dedicated to collecting those receivables?
They do. They have one full-time offsite biller and one internal person that kind of manages the process that also does a lot of the preliminary billing. And right now they're using an outside service to do some AR aging cleanup on some of the older things. So it's all being worked. They have ample staffing. And so I think they're getting to where they need to be.
One quick question there. Are you finding that the Medicare and Medicare Advantage accounts receivable, or those are gonna be able to be collected on?
I didn't hear that question.
Blaine, can you say that again, please?
Regarding the Medicare and Medicare Advantage, the accounts receivable with them, do you foresee that those will be collected on?
Yes. Yeah. Everyone across the state, I mean, one advantage that we bring to the table is we work with a lot of hospitals across the state. And so we know what's happening with all of the hospitals. Federal Medicare pays quickly if you get your claim in clean. The challenge that a lot of hospitals are having, and Granite County is no different, is 60% of particularly your swing bed claims are Medicare Advantage. So you've got Humana, United Healthcare, and Blue Cross Blue Shield. Medicaid Advantage are the three big ones. And all the hospitals are having issues, especially with Humana and United Healthcare. They require, it's almost routine that they deny the first claim a lot of times and demand more medical records and discussions with the providers, and it just slows the process down. They eventually pay, but they're slow. The other challenge that we have at the Granite County is the backlog at Montana Medicaid. They're behind 6 months, and it's all of the hospitals. It's very frustrating. MHA knows about it. The Healthcare Financial Management Association in Montana knows about it. And they just cannot get Medicaid to make any changes. But it is not uncommon to have eligibility applications for the long-term care units sitting out there for months without even being looked at. So you're not alone.
Ashley Todd, Granite County Treasurer. I guess this is more towards commissioners here, but I would like to see that we give Steve McNeese and his team a chance at this. I don't know what that looks like as far as the time frame that we had set out ahead of us. With that in mind, I think that if we could give them a little bit more time, understanding that years is not going to work for the commission and the current status of the cash account, right? But with that in mind, could we please look at the idea of charging them interest on ending balances monthly and having it be a very reasonable rate so that we're still looking at gaining that money back that we should be gaining currently as investments, because we are losing that money on investments. But allowing them and their team time to get back into a positive operating account.
What's your time frame?
Well, that would be something that I think Steve would and his team would need more time to look into to be able to even give us a true time frame on that. What I would really like to see though is before the end of the fiscal year, I would like to see this at least down to 500,000. I know that's a big ask, but I feel that would show us like a really honest effort on the part of the hospital to get this account back in a good operating state and show good faith to our community as well. That this is being taken very seriously, because it is very serious. I mean, if the commission were to decide not to extend this grace, then we all know what that looks like next year. So I don't wanna see that. I wanna see success. I wanna see this hospital continue. It is such a vital part of our community. But also our taxpayers cannot continue to fund it outside of it. But I would really like to see that we work with Steve and his team and do that within stipulations that we can as a government.
I concur with Ashley too, it's going. Right, you know. Go ahead. Blaine, are you there? Jesus, go back again. Go ahead, Jen.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone for answering all of those questions about the AR and collections and reimbursements. I'm also curious to know, since I think it's fairly widely known that I don't remember if it was a year or two ago, the hospital took out, I don't recall if it was a loan or a line of credit. I think it was to the tune of $500,000. Where is that falling into part of the debt that we're looking at right now?
Yeah, this is Brian. So that was a loan from the local bank to help alleviate the situation that basically we're in right now. Their plans were to make changes, and we made a lot of changes. As Laura indicated, the AR actually looks really good right now, and that is something that we really worked on. The basic, if you were to put this in a nutshell, the current condition is due to low utilization. If we had 3 or 4 swing beds a month, we'd be looking at a totally different financial picture. The month of January, the swing beds were up over target, and we were $9,000 above revenue budget. Unfortunately, there was other contractual adjustments and expenses that hit to kind of neutralize that. But swing beds and utilization is the key. And then you managing the cost report, as Steve has alluded to, and reallocating things is the other part of that. To answer your question, Jen, that was a loan that we got to basically towards the end of last year to bring the balance with the county into a positive status.
Is that paid off?
No. We've been paying on it for a year. And all those payments are coming.
Right, guys, this Blaine, I'd like to, I guess, see a specific proposal then on the from the hospital district that takes into consideration what Ashley said, that at the end of the fiscal year, the debt will be down so much, and then what specifically is going to be X, Y, and Z done in that time period, and then agreeing, potentially negotiations on the interest. So something I think should come from the hospital district.
Yeah, I think we need to see kind of, like Ashley said, get the debt down, and then almost have like a business plan, like your 3-month outlook, a 6-month outlook, like where you guys are, what's your goals for that? That's what I'm thinking.
Is that something doable, Steve?
We have a couple of thoughts about that. Yes, it's doable. I think it would be really helpful for Laura to work with Ashley, because as we know, all debt is not the same. And so Medicare does not consider all debt in the same category. Some debt actually can be captured on the cost report and Medicare reimbursed back for some of that debt. Now, that's a complicated conversation. much deeper than we have time for today. But if it was approved by the commissioners to allow Ashley to have some time with Laura, I think they could look at, like I said, debt's not debt, and figure out how do we take advantage of what the federal government allows related to debt and interest on the cost report.
I think Ashley would be willing to do that, right? I mean.
Go ahead, Elena.
There.
Think you can get it down to that by fiscal year?
Well, it depends on if we get some additional loans.
But I mean, we get loans to still debt.
Yeah, but it provides a cushion.
But I think what Ashley's talking about is debt to the county would be
Yeah.
debt.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Jen.
Thank you, Paul. Sorry, guys. Just another quick question here, because, and I do appreciate everyone's comment about the community concern and the community, really wanting to keep our hospital. There's a lot of chatter in the community right now because there's a proposed levy out there, and I think a lot of property owners are definitely concerned about just increases and more increases on top of other increases after everyone knows that the hospital has borrowed money here and there, or has a certain amount of outstanding receivables that they either can or cannot collect, or they're waiting for reimbursement. So I definitely would like to see some sort of plan with deadlines and timeframes in it. And then, so also I'm assuming Steve and his company, there's some sort of charge associated with that audit as well. Is that something that we budgeted for, or if we're going to continue and move forward, is there more money budgeted for that, or what does that cost look like?
This is Brian. So that is something that in the current budget is not figured, but we're in the process of developing our budget for the next fiscal year. And so those are certainly things that will be budgeted. The assessment, as Steve has indicated, that they didn't charge for that. If the board feels that it's worthwhile, then they can pay that. But if the board doesn't feel that that's worthwhile, that there was no payment due. I think that, Steve and Laura don't work for nothing. They're very good at what they do, and they deserve to be paid. How we're going to do that contract has not yet been developed. But the budget process is, beginning right now for the next fiscal year, and it will be included in the next budget.
I was just saying, yeah, I see it's essential to have Steve McNeese and Laura on this, and so, I mean, that's hospital district's decision, but, they come up with the plan and gets, the board approves it, gets brought to the county commission, where you guys can look at with deadlines and interest, and I see the commission, look, I don't want to speak for the commission, but I think you have to look at it. And the right for
We need to talk with Laura.
Yeah, I would be very open to that, and especially if we kept, I think, Brenda and Jessica, the accountants, in the loop as well. I feel like the open communication is going to be really key to this. If there's closed doors conversations and that nobody's giving the information to the commission, I think that is where things could get muddied, and I just would really appreciate the open communication throughout. And I think that that could be accomplished with Laura and Steve and Brenda and Jessica and the board.
I think it has to be if they want to make this work.
Yeah, anything will have to be presented to the commission as a whole.
All right. Anything else, I guess?
You got Elena back.
It's your last try, Elena. I don't know what's wrong with your phone.
I'm fine.
She's not on conference line, is she?
Okay, can you hear me now? I hope. I'm having more problems this afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Elena Gagliano for the record. Okay, I'm unclear on two things, and I have these two questions I wrote down. First, how long has the hospital been in a negative flow? And the second one is, and why weren't we made aware of the problem till January 26th, January 26th, 2026, when a mill levy was presented to the commission, and I believe it was 800,000, and now it's down to 600,000, but there is a mill levy vote. How come it took so long for us to be notified of this being in the red?
You had two questions?
Yeah.
How long they've been in the negative and why it was January this year?
Well, I thought on the being a negative when they talked, that they were waiting to see what was coming in, thinking that they were gonna get money.
Well, this is the plan. I assume that the financials are at are presented at every hospital district meeting, and so that's public information right there. And when you became the negative would be a question. I don't have the answer to.
I mean, it would have become a concern, because there is so much ebb and flow with the money that comes in for the hospital. There's always been a buffer, and that has been from day one, when I started, is that there was always going to be a buffer. So I would say that it became of concern as of April of 25. That's when we noticed that the buffer had been exceeded. I guess is when we would have noticed that we were starting to not collect within that buffer zone. There are definitely months in which the hospital was making $500,000-$600,000 worth of deposits. But then again, you have your outgoing as well. So it just depended on the ebb and flow of that month. So the financials were reported to the hospital on a monthly basis, as is always the practice. And as well, their accountants report to them on a weekly and a monthly, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Brenda and Jessica.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Yeah, weekly and monthly, yeah. As far as why it was just, I guess, in the public eye more so, I would say that's because the public started paying attention once they saw the mill levy. I can't say why it wasn't picked up on prior to, because I think that there's enough information that's put out there, for the public to know about it if they are participating in meetings, being on the board calls, but I can't speak to why somebody didn't know about it prior to.
Thank you. Thank you.
Derek Campbell.
Very good, Derek.
Get my camera on here. Sorry. Yeah, I think that question kind of goes back to, the response of the commissioners in January when this came up. I believe Commissioner Kolaski was like, boy, we probably should have nipped this in the bud middle of last year before we got so over our skis here. And I think that's where that question comes from, is how did we get so far in arrears? And, you know, I think for me, my concern is I don't think anybody planned on being in this situation, obviously. But there's, you know, that there's been a steady problem, and oh, hey, we're fixing it this way or we're fixing it that way. And I guess my one concern is continuing to go further in arrears in the hope that something will change, is kind of how we've got here in the first place. So I think there needs to be a very solid plan in place on how the county and the taxpayers are going to be or made whole on this. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. All right, I mean, guess kind of got our game plan going to move forward with now, and just play it as we go, I guess.
That's all you can do.
So is you're asking for, I know this is just discussion, there's no decision.
This plan, I think the hospital district should present that plan and that we talked about.
Do you have a time frame on that?
I would think the time Steve needs, like to get the plan, the specific plan with the interest.
We gotta have something in front of us.
What are your thoughts, Steve?
What is obtainable by the end of fiscal year, I guess, is the good question.
Well, I'd like to see the written plan in 30 days, and then, but then it talks about the 90, 60, what they'll do out, but.
So there was the negative cash, the structure, and human resources. If those can be immediately worked on within, that should show some sign that they're working in the right, running in the right direction.
But having deadlines with that would be good, or at least a planned deadline.
I don't know how you would give a deadline. I think fiscal year, end of the fiscal year is we need to see some improvement. Is that what we do? Support the hospital. We do want to see it turned around. We need the hospital in this community. And we've always had a levy for the last 30 years. There's been a levy to help. We can't support the hospital, but the people have always voted for the levy to help the hospital. So I myself personally think that we need to go forward and give them some leeway on what's coming forward.
Is the 500,000 even obtainable? And that's okay, if you can tell us, no, it is not obtainable by end of fiscal year, then let's take a look at what is.
Yeah, I think we need some time, period of time to get together with Steve and sit down and look at the reality of things. There's multiple facets to face here. There's things we can do immediately with the cost report, allocating, we can submit for an interim cost settlement. That doesn't happen overnight. There's the ebb and flow of the patient income. There's things, it's kind of like a wave of molasses moving down the street. I mean, it doesn't happen overnight, but yet it's moving. And to comment on the gentleman's comment of doing the same old thing and having the same results, this is different. We've got people here that have got a solid track record of success. They know what they're doing. They've got the expertise, and everybody's committed to making this work. So this opportunity is completely different than anything the hospitals had the advantage of participating in 54 years.
Yeah, just a couple of things.
So, would like a month be long enough to kind of get something rough draft put together, like for the end of March?
For Bill?
I would want to defer to Steve.
Yeah.
But Steve,
Yeah,
Yeah.
a couple of thoughts. Yeah. And I hope I'm not too scatterbrained with this. One of the recommendations that we have made to the Board of Trustees is that there's a monthly accountability report that comes to the trustees and to the county commissioners with very specific targets and accomplishments. Either we hit the targets or we didn't. And if we didn't hit that target, what's our plan to mitigate that? So, what we found is that there's a lot of information presented, but if it's not in a format that you can get your arms around it, it really isn't that helpful. So we're working with the board on what we're calling an accountability report that would come to them and to you and actually to the community and all the employees, so we're all on the same page. Secondly is you will start to see changes tonight. So there will be a multitude of changes that occur on an ongoing basis. This isn't just one fix. So tonight at the Board of Trustees on the agenda is the board considering and potentially passing a motion to accept what a new operating plan. What's the plan for the organization? How are we going forward? And we've outlined 5 specific areas of focus that the board is considering. And so in terms of, when are we going to have a plan? When are we getting started? Well, the board started already, and they're starting tonight in a very deliberate fashion in terms of defining where do we plan to be a year from now. And so, again, I think Doris and David can talk to, sort of the sentiment of the board about that. But, Laura and I, we will push hard on implementation of ideas, ultimately up to the board and administration. But changes will start to occur tonight at 5:30 or whenever we get to it, if the board approves the new operating plan.
Yep.
Lena.
Go ahead, Elena.
Thank you, Elena Gagliano. Again, for the record, I'm confused. I thought that it is going to be on the ballot, a mill levy for the voters coming up. I don't know if it's the primary or the general for a $600,000 mill levy increase. Is that going to be on the ballot presented to the people? Because a lot of people, I've been getting calls as a study commissioner, been getting a lot of calls that they like to know where the money went. Where was it spent before they even consider voting for a mill levy?
This is Blaine. Yes, it will be on the primary ballot. It's not for a $600,000 increase, but it will be $600,000 annually. It's currently $400,000, and so.
And the 400,000 sunsets June 30th. They're asking for a mill levy. They're asking for 600,000.
Well, I think we got a good game plan set, so.
Oh, sorry, did Steve say when he could get back to us?
Oh.
The thing, the estimated date?
Are you still there, Steve?
I'm still here. I guess off the top of my head, I don't know.
Estimated date, when you think that we'd have something across the commissioner's desk to, for us to view?
I'm having a hard time hearing Mr. Adler's questions.
Oh.
Can you hear us now?
Yep.
So what is your estimated date you think for getting, something coming across the commissioner's desk here for us to kind of see, the long-term game plan?
That's what I think, fine, fine. Yeah.
Is 30, 45 days reasonable?
That would be reasonable, yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe we can just I know you're busy and whatnot, but maybe, Miranda can email you and we can figure out a date when it works for you in about, 6 weeks or so.
Absolutely.
So like you said, tonight's the night they adopt the new policy, the changes should take effect and we should see plus, correct? Is that what you're saying? So I believe you.
Correct. Brian has scheduled an employee assembly for Thursday to, again, it's a whole strategy of implementation. The first is getting the support and direction from the board of directors. Then it's engaging the employees and medical staff. And so it's a fast moving train. So that's part of my pause with, do we have a plan? It's like we're doing it already. It's simply, writing this in a format that is appropriate for the county commissioners.
Sounds good.
I guess with that, we can adjourn for the day.
Okay.
Good luck. Thanks everyone.